We're going to do that, right after we go. The roll call,
Yeah, because, you know, and, you know, Mr. Weston, he's very deaf.
Bowers is here.
Yeah, but Mr. Weston's very deaf.
He's not here. Bowers is here. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us this evening, on December 17th, 2024. We're happy to have so many guests with us. This is a regular meeting of the Council of the Township of Montclair. It's being broadcast live on Channel 34 and is streaming live on the Montclair TV 34 YouTube channel. It's available on demand and can and will be rebroadcast. This meeting is called pursuant to the provisions of the Open Public Meeting Act. The meeting was included in the revised annual notice of the meeting schedule as set forth in Resolution R-24-174 and adopted by the Township Council at its regular meeting of July 17th, 2024. Meeting is transmitted to the official newspaper on July 24th, 24, and posted on the bulletin boards outside of the municipal building, and has remained continuously posted. In addition, a copy of the revised annual notice is and has been available to the public and is on file in the office of our township clerk. At this time, please, any and all who are able to stand, please stand with us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, will you please do roll call?
Deputy Mayor Anderson.
Excuse me, please. I'm calling the meeting to order, and we're going to do our best to respect your time, and we'd like for you to do the same, please. Roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson.
Here.
Councilor Birmingham.
Here.
Councilor D'Amato.
Here.
Councilor Lockman.
Here.
Councilor Toller.
Good evening, present.
Good evening. Councilor Williams.
Here.
Mayor Baskerville.
Present.
Thank you.
We're going to have a change in the order of the meeting because we have our attorneys with us for a matter that will require us to go into executive session. We're going to have a proclamation for Josh Weston, which we're very excited to present this evening. Thank you for being with us. And after that, we are going to go into executive session to discuss legal matters, and then we will immediately return. And at that time, we will have a public comment. All right. I will go.
Would you like? Yes. Everyone, we're going to start the meeting today with a proclamation honoring the one and only Mr. Josh Weston.
Okay. When do I speak?
I have a proclamation in your name.
Someone's gonna read all
I
of
was
that?
going to read some of it.
We're going to read some of it. Good to see you again.
Everyone, this is my honor. Sure, it is. Is this okay? Okay, yeah. Everyone, it is just my great honor today to welcome Mr. Josh Weston here. And I'm going to read a little bit about him. I think nothing would do justice to what you've done for Montclair, but I will start. And of course, your wife, Judy, as well. So whereas Josh and Judy have enhanced the quality of life for all citizens and residents of Montclair and are champions of the Montclair Public School. And whereas the Westons have established an annual Teacher Retirement Recognition Award in cooperation with the Montclair Fund for Educational Excellence that each year honors teachers in the Montclair Public Schools. Each recipient receives a certificate recognizing his achievements and a cash award. Last spring, 16 teachers were honored. The award is presented in Judy's name, former president of the Montclair Adult School. And whereas a summer science research program exists at MSU for interested Montclair High School juniors, 40 students do projects with MSU professors and present their research at the end of the program. Students are called Weston Science Scholars. And whereas Josh and Judy are longtime supporters of Montclair Film Festival, Claridge Movie Theater. Today, one of the theaters at the Claridge is the Weston Family Theater. And, do you want to, okay. And whereas the Judy Weston Community Garden was created, and it is so beautiful in the Second Ward in Watchung Park. Working with the Montclair Mayor and Town Council and select departments of the Town of Montclair, a section of Watchung Park has become the garden, named after Judy. The Weston Community Foundation oversees the planning, design, planting, and maintenance for the Judy Weston Garden project at Watchung Park. And whereas Josh and Judy are great advocates for STEM education, they have led the introduction of FIRST Robotics in Montclair Public Schools, FIRST competition teams, and that stands for Inspiration and Recognition of Science and Technology. FIRST competition teams are active at Montclair High School, Buzz Aldrin Middle School, and Montclair Primary Schools, the FIRST Lego League. And whereas Josh, in cooperation with the Montclair Board of Education and school superintendent, has established innovation labs using robotics and 3D printers at Montclair High School and the Buzz Aldrin Middle School. And whereas, in cooperation with the New Jersey Manufacturers Association, non-college bound students at Montclair High School are introduced to careers in manufacturing. Program participants intern at select companies and are connected with potential employers as program graduates receive a certificate of accomplishment. And just a few more to go, but I feel like we really do need to honor you today, Mr. Weston. And whereas, through Josh and concept inventor David Rosenberg, vertical farms, Aero Farms, are in 5 Montclair middle schools. The program is compulsory for all students, and it introduces students to 21st century farming concepts. And whereas, working with MSU, Josh has facilitated a program whereby Montclair High School students can enroll in MSc college courses in their junior and senior years. Students can earn college credits that go on their MSU transcript. Students can earn a full year of college credits by the time they graduate from Montclair High School. Whereas Montclair High School students can participate in a foreign relations program at the Seton Hall Foreign Relations College. Interested Montclair High School students are introduced to careers in foreign affairs, meeting ambassadors and professionals in foreign affairs, foreign service. And whereas Josh is working with Montclair State University professors to offer lectures on entomology that are given at each Montclair Public Schools. Now, therefore, through this proclamation and in recognition of these inspiring efforts that do so enhance the quality of life for all Montclair students, citizens, and residents, the Mayor and Town Council hereby declare that December 22nd, 2024 will be Josh Weston Day, with all the rights and privileges assigned to this proclamation. Thank you so much, sir.
You heard a lot of whereases. She has more whereases on her paper there, You're lucky she didn't read them all. And one of their whereases should have said, I came to Montclair by accident. When I was much younger, we had just one boy. We lived in a rented apartment in North Bergen. The second one was on the way. You couldn't fit them in a rented apartment. So I start looking at ads in the newspaper. I see an ad for a house, very attractive, and it says in Montclair. I didn't know where Montclair was. But in those days, you always had a map in your car. There was no GPS. That's right. So I pulled out the map and discovered where Aubrey Road is. The asking price was $25,000. Yeah. So you're not lucky enough to have been as old as I am, because I could buy a house then for $25,000. And one of the things I did early on is get to know all the school superintendents here one at a time. So I have known the last 8 school superintendents, and my key objective was to dream up more programs for the students. Not how to do homework, but things like getting the hospital connected with students, because students knew nothing about medical careers, or getting the students connected with the vertical farm, because now they know all about farming. Anyway, it's been a good ride. I'm glad I discovered there was Montclair in the newspaper. I'm glad I had a map in the car back time, and I'm glad it cost only $25,000. Now, having said all of that, I once added up all the programs I'm involved in Montclair. At any given week, it's about 20. And you heard some of them over here. From my point of view, it's fun, not work, to do things that help students come along. I have 4 kids. They all went K through 12 here. They all did very well. And as I already said, I've always had fun working with all the school superintendents. I want to conclude my comments, this is going to sound strange, talking about a friend of mine, Ted Turner. How many people know who Ted Turner is? Okay. Ted was a friend of mine, and he was going to be honored at some event. So he invited me to come to the event. I go to the event, and whoever's running the event, they must have spent 10 minutes talking about how nice Ted Turner is. Then they give him the mic. First thing out of his mouth is, I don't deserve all those kind words. The second thing out of his mouth was, I have arthritis. The third thing out of his mouth was, if I have to put up with arthritis, I'll put up with all this other stuff. Now, bring it closer to home. I, too, have arthritis. And I have to put up with my arthritis. I will put up with all this pleasantry. Thank you for coming. I don't think I have to do anything else except dance. Is that right?
We'd like to wish you a happy birthday as well.
Should we sing him a happy birthday? Should we do a happy birthday for Mr. Western? Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Josh Weston. Happy birthday to you, and many more.
Can you hear me back there? I'm going to tell you a story about singing, of all things. When I was in first grade in public school, the teacher said, from here on in, you are a listener. The definition of that word was don't sing because your voice is no darn good. And for the rest of my life, I've been a listener. That's why I didn't sing before.
Thank you so much. we're going to ask that you, we're going to go upstairs. You can stay here. We're going to go upstairs, and we're going to adjourn to executive session, and we're going to try our best to resolve the matters that we need to resolve as quickly as we can. It's very important that we do want to hear from you, and we'll be back as soon as we can. Thank you for your understanding.
Second.
All in favor?
Do we need to say the reasons we're going into?
She said in the beginning.
I already said at the beginning.
And
Yeah.
also labor negotiations.
For labor negotiations?
That's the second.
We're going to remove ourselves for labor negotiations and pending litigation.
Thank you.
Now? Good, thank you. I would like to move number 4 from the consent agenda. Number 4 is the Resolution R-24-281, resolution authorizing the 2025 Community Development Block Grant applications. I believe that there is a further discussion that was not completed.
Mayor, I just want
Yes.
to make it clear that according to Ms. Talley, this has to be done by December 30th?
Yeah,
Okay.
Thank you.
So everybody knows.
yep, thank you.
Okay.
And on the resolution, on number 30, resolution appointing the Township Attorney, the interim, I'd like to pull that because we haven't fully vetted that.
No.
I disagree with that,
Okay.
Mayor. I think this is something an action that we have to take tonight. The holidays are coming up, and we are in need of an attorney as of January 1st.
Well, I'm certain that we have not followed a protocol that we put in place, and that after we put a certain protocol in place, there was, I guess, a different process that people took and came up with something else that did not involve the entire council. And I just personally feel better if we're going to set rules and regulations, that we stick to them and that we include the entire council to get an opinion, not just people that, randomly say we're going to go with a particular attorney. And so based on that, I was just suggesting that it would be good to, not do that at this particular time. But if that, people feel comfortable just changing whatever without a notice. There was no notice, and we just flouted a process that we sat down and said we were going to adhere to, and it's just not a good feeling.
Mayor, I'm going to have to respectfully correct the record. Yourself, Councilor Lockman, and I discussed the process. We discussed in considering 3 attorneys specifically. We all had a chance to speak with them. We shared all of the information with the rest of the council members, and tonight we were going to have a process by which we were going to decide upon an interim attorney to start as of January 1st.
Okay, so I'm going to correct the record too, because what happened was on Friday when we met, we discussed 3 individuals that we liked, and then at that time, we said, these are the 2 people that we're going to talk about. There was not a third person involved, and we're going to talk to these 2 people, and then we're going to reconvene. Something happened, and I started getting some emails about scandal this and scandal that, which I really could not understand, nor could anyone explain to me. What is the scandal, and why are we moving away from considering those people that we talked about, those 2 people? Then I got messages today that included people that we didn't even have on that list, and then a name that just came up that we had not considered on Friday. So all I'm saying is that I don't feel comfortable. If everybody else thinks that that's the way we should proceed with business, then that's a decision that the council has to make. I expressed that I don't like the way it happened, and I think that if we really looked at why it happened and really want to have that discussion, we can have it when we get to Resolution R-24-307, and we'll discuss exactly why I believe we came up to that. But so then for now, since it appears as though the majority want to go ahead and keep that on, then we will pull Resolution R-24-281 from there, and we will have a deep dive conversation when we get to number 30 under new business. 24-307, number 30. Which one did I say?
Mayor, very quickly.
Yes.
I understand, we can talk about the attorney thing later, and if it makes you feel any better, nobody ever asked me anything on Friday.
Right.
So you at least were in some of the
Yeah,
discussions.
but I think they
let's-
should have
on-
asked
On this
you.
other one, about the community about the block grants, we do have a hard deadline on this for, I believe, the 30th. So that would imply, if it's pulled tonight, that we would have to have a special meeting?
No, I pulled that one from the consent agenda.
Oh, the consent agenda. Okay,
And
understood.
my thinking here is that we should discuss it. There were some people that were eliminated from
Understood. That's
this.
cool.
Okay, and so
That's
when we
cool.
got to that, I just wanted to give us, as a council, an opportunity to discuss it.
Fine.
And with all 7 of us participating, as I really like for all of us to have an opinion heard, then we'll make that
Cool.
decision.
Can we, though, we have public comment now? Is that?
I just wanted to make sure, okay, we're going to move on from there. Does anyone else have anything else at this point in time that they would like to have pulled or, yes, Councilor Toller?
Yes, resolution number 14, I'd like to have that one pulled. If we're going to go into a deeper dive discussion, we can. I too was not aware of the attorneys. I did get an email from both at-larges, but, I wasn't sure that we were all allowed to submit someone and look for someone, so I will support your decision if you want to table that or pull it and have a fuller discussion, because I know that I emailed 2 additional names and I didn't see them in the list of the 3. So I'm not certain how we got to the 3 that we have. If I know for a fact I submitted 2 additional names, at least for consideration or to talk to, and I didn't hear anything back, so.
So that's number 14, Resolution R-24-291 that you wish to have?
Yep.
Okay. And that's pulled out of the consent agenda?
Right.
Okay. Anyone else? No. Okay. Thank you very much. At this time, we're going to proceed to public comment, and I hope you all have your numbers. When you come up, please give us your name and your address. And, yeah, please, I know some people may not agree. Please be respectful and give the individual a chance to say what they have to say. And then when you come up, we're going to listen to you, and you'll have your chance to express your feelings. Thank you.
I am Jose German Gomez. I am a Montclair resident. I moved to Montclair 24 years ago. Since then, I have been doing volunteer community work. Most of my work is related to environmental protection and fighting hungers. Because of our initiative, Montclair became a certified wildlife community in 2008. Number 9 at national level. A very cherished privilege for the community. The first in New Jersey and number 9 at national level. In 2017, I submitted a proposal to create an ordinance for community gardens. It was approved. General consensus. I submitted another proposal for native vegetation, and it was approved. And most recent proposal for backyard chicken regulation was also approved last year. What has been working with public school for almost 2 decades. I have served on the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board for 7 years. I was recently renominated for another 4 years. 6 years ago, I quit my job. I was making a 6-figure salary working for a very well-known nonprofit organization in New Jersey. And I did it because I wanted to do what I'm doing, working for my community and support people in need and protect the environment. I have dedicated my time to my community as a full-time volunteer. My organization, the Northeast Earth Coalition, is 100% volunteer-driven nonprofit organization, creating community gardens, creating pollinator gardens, and fighting hunger. Nobody get paid, and we have never received public funding. This year, we applied for public funding for the first time, and we were rejected. And it's insane that a person, an organization who is so invested in this community for decades, working every day to support people in need in our community, Montclair Emergency Services, the pantry, human need pantries, Tony's Kitchen, the Free Little Pantry, who has feeding over 6,000 people last year without public funding. The work that we are doing here will be very cherished for other community and appreciated. And the rejection of this grant for the Northeast Earth Coalition is an insult and a slap in our face. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Hi, Tony Martin. I live on Fullerton Avenue, and I'm vice chair of the Rent Control Board. And I just want to speak a few minutes about, I know because I got notice as a member of the Rent Control Board that a ruling we made is being challenged, and that you and we, I think, have been ordered to come to court to check out whether or not a settlement is possible. Now, I just want to tell you about how we came to that decision really briefly, and why I think it is defensible. So the ruling was that the Allister building, which was built in not 30 years ago, but in recent memory, we ruled that they were not deserving of the exemption from rent control because they did not properly notice the town when they filed their construction information. We heard from lawyers from both sides extensively. I'm not a lawyer, but 3 of the people who sit on the board are lawyers. And I did my very best as a semi-intelligent person to parse all of this. And we feel strongly, the majority felt strongly, that we should deny this landlord the exemption from the rent control ordinance. We had tenants who had come to us appealing very large rent increases, and they were, large even by the rules of the marketplace. And so that's how we came to investigate this. We hope that we will be briefed tomorrow by the attorneys who I believe have briefed you on exactly the details here at this moment. But I want you to know how very seriously we took this case, what work we did, that there were landlords and tenants on the board and a homeowner who voted for this. Some of them, one landlord was a lawyer too, 2 tenants are lawyers. And I thank you for your respect. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Hello, my name is Maria Eva Dorigo. I'm a resident of Montclair. I'm here in support of Imam Kevin Dawood Amim. I'm a social science researcher, and facts are extremely important to me. Where I take the facts from is equally important. You are public servants, and you must educate yourself when making decisions. So I printed several articles for you that I think are relevant to this topic that we are discussing tonight. One article was written by Masha Hessen, a Jewish Russian-American journalist who writes for the New Yorker magazine. She discussed in this article how dangerous it is to use the IRA definition of anti-Semitism, which conflates the criticism of the state of Israel with being anti-Semitic. Imagine being accused of being anti-American, anti-patriotic, and that you hate the American people because you criticize the Trump administration or Trump cruel policy on immigrants. How dangerous will it be to apply a hate crime charge to those who dare to voice their opinion to injustice? You as public servants must protect the First Amendment rights even when you don't agree with the other person's opinions. That is what democracy is about. I'm attaching other articles by Amnesty International and the latest report on War Child and the ruling of the International Criminal Court on Israel. I recommend all to look into reports of the 2 human rights Israeli organizations, B'Tselem and Breaking the Silence. This is about the defense of human life, human dignity, safety and security for all, the respect of human rights law, humanitarian law, and the demand for accountability for those who commit crimes against humanity. Now I just want to end with a poem by M. Barry, Because of Us. This morning I learned the English word gauze, finely woven medical cloth, comes from the Arabic word Gaza. Because Gazans have been skilled weavers for centuries, I wonder then how many of our wounds have been dressed because of them, and how many of theirs have been left open because of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Next guest, please.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Oh, yes. Hi, my name is Carrie, and I'm representing New Jersey 11th for Palestine tonight. I want to say pointing out factual information is not anti-Semitic. Speaking out against the genocide of Palestinians is not anti-Semitic. These charges of anti-Semitism are meant to intimidate people into silence against legitimately criticizing Israel. Genocide is not a Jewish value. Top scholars in genocide studies call what is happening in Gaza a genocide. The Lemkin Institute of Genocide Prevention believes that Israel's retaliation against Palestinians amounts not only to war crimes and crimes against humanity, but also to genocide. According to a data analysis of major media coverage, the New York Times, Washington Post, and Los Angeles Times coverage of Israel's war on Gaza showed a consistent bias against Palestinians. The print media outlets, which play an influential role in shaping U.S. views of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, paid little attention to the unprecedented impact of Israel's siege and bombing campaign on both children and journalists in the Gaza Strip. Major U.S. newspapers disproportionately emphasized Israeli deaths in the conflict, used emotive language to describe the killings of Israelis, but not Palestinians, and offered lopsided coverage of anti-Semitic acts in the U.S., while largely ignoring anti-Muslim racism. This anti-Palestinian basis in print media tracks with a similar survey of U.S. cable news and the authors conducted last month for the column that found an even wider disparity. The lack of coverage for the unprecedented killing of children and journalists, groups that typically elicit sympathy from Western media, is conspicuous. By way of comparison, more Palestinian children died in the first week of the Gaza bombing than during the first year of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The stakes for Palestinian lives couldn't be higher. As the death toll in Gaza mounts, entire cities are leveled and rendered uninhabitable for years, and whole family lines are being wiped out. The U.S. government has enormous influence as Israel's primary patron and weapons supplier. The U.S. sends billions of our tax dollars to Israel as New Jersey Transit breaks down every week, and we lack Medicare for all. We have a right as American citizens to speak out. I urge this committee to end this effort to demonize Imam Kevin Dawood Amin. We have seen the most horrific images of dead children from Gaza every day for over 400 days. Half the population of Gaza is under 18. Gaza is now home to the largest number of amputee children in modern history. It is immoral to remain silent.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Hi there. My name is David Silberberg. I live in Millburn, and I'm here to, on the one hand, agree with the past couple of speakers about the right to free speech. I defend free speech at every turn, and I think we need to encourage that. However, to cast this issue as if it has to do with limiting speech and free speech is dishonest in the extreme. I took a look at the posts that the imam put up, okay? There was a debate between Alan Dershowitz and I think it was Norman Finkelstein, and he put up horns on Alan Dershowitz, okay? Which is clearly an anti-Semitic trope. So I ask any of you here, if this was a debate and a podcast with former President Obama and Keith Ellison, and let's say Mitch McConnell and Donald Trump, okay? And some member of
Montclair's official group, whether it's, you know, an imam or a priest or a politician, were to post anti-African American cartoons or things like Aunt Jemima or Uncle Tom and put that in a post on the internet, would that be okay with you? Would you want that representing Montclair? Because putting up horns on a Jewish speaker is the exact same thing. And if you don't like that,
Excuse me, can you please wait until he's finished? If you like to clap, can you do it when he's finished speaking? That's coming out of his 3 minutes. Go ahead.
thank you. I mean, would any of you be okay with that? Having an African American speaker being parodied with anti-African American things? I don't think so. Or what about we had pogroms that were taking place in the Netherlands? Would it be okay if something like that happened, like when Emmett Till was lynched? Would it be okay to say, come visit Selma, Alabama after that? Because that's what this imam put up. Habibi, come visit Amsterdam. Israel had to send planes to rescue their citizens who were being hunted down in the streets like animals. Okay? If it's not okay for someone to represent Montclair and put up anti-African American tropes, it's not okay to do it against Jews. This has nothing to do with the imam's right to speak about Israel and Palestine, and to make it that issue, make this issue about that, is dishonest and has absolutely nothing to do with it.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Hello, my name is Alex Zimbel. I'm from Livingston, New Jersey.
I'm sorry, you're
Previous
from
speaker,
where?
Livingston, New Jersey.
Oh.
Neighbors. The previous speaker mentioned a lot of items that I wanted to speak about as well. If you look at, I really support your decision to distance yourself from Imam. The fact that he is posting all over the internet pictures and posts that are considered very, very offensive, and as previous speaker mentioned, that so certain images really, really upset a certain population, Jewish population. I know we have a number of Islam followers here in the audience. But imagine their reaction if instead he would post a picture of Prophet Muhammad riding a pig. Don't think that would be okay. Similarly, having such a person associated with the township is not okay. And I really appreciate you distancing yourself from that person. And I'm sure we're going to have a number of speakers here saying that no, he needs to be reinstated. No, please do not give in to him. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please. Yeah, number 7. Okay, good evening.
Good evening. I didn't plan to talk tonight. I didn't even know this was happening. But hello, happy holidays. What I need from my council.
I'm sorry.
Nicole
Most of us know who
Farjani.
you are. There you go.
Nicole
Thank you.
Farjani, Montclair, New Jersey. Been
Mhm.
here far too many times lately. Don't want to come anymore. But when I hear the racism that continues in this place, when these people come in here and compare anything to the black struggle in America.
Excuse me, please.
Yeah, to
We're
the
gonna have
black struggle.
order.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll keep my calm, Miss. I'm sorry.
No, I'm not addressing you. I'm addressing the rest of the audience, please, who I have not recognized, please allow her to speak, and when it's your turn, we're going to allow you to speak. Thank you.
Okay. It started with racism and it's continuing with racism. I started coming here when one of these people that are sitting in this room barged in the room when it wasn't public comment to go after the Pan-African flag. And then your councilman, the first ward councilman, has emails stating that he confused the Pan-African flag with Arab flags. That's Arab bias in official emails that has never been written about in the media, and all of you have remained silent about it. And I've said shame on you, and I'm going to say shame on you again. If anybody has had any bias, the man is sitting right there. His name is Eric D'Amato. He has bias. He said violence. He saw violence in Paterson, New Jersey. And when I brought that to the Civil Rights Committee, they questioned him. He said the violence he was talking about was a map he saw in the window that might have had Israel erased. He has official comments that are racist, anti-Arab, and Islamophobic, and none of you have addressed it. And the problem is, in my last minute, the problem is, and I hope you can correct this in the new year, the problem is the Civil Rights Commission in Montclair. You wouldn't be having this problem tonight, I believe, if your commission had done the work they needed to do. And if they can't do the work they need to do, they need to be trained to do it. So that when you see racism and Islamophobia and anti-Arab hate written by a counselor, it needs to be called out immediately. They've ignored it, the media ignores it, and the rest of these people keep coming in and comparing it to the black struggle in America. What we're seeing is a lynching of the imam. We're seeing a lynching. And all of you sitting up here not doing anything, if you don't know why I'm calling it that, then you need training, and I hope you get it in the new year.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Susie from Livingston as well.
I'm sorry, please repeat your name again.
Susie from Livingston.
Susie, what's your last name, please?
Lugashi.
I'm sorry?
Lugashi. We're a minority, just as many minorities in this country. So when we speak about other minorities, it's because we understand it, because we've been prosecuted for centuries as minorities. We've been enslaved. We've been persecuted on the streets, kicked out of countries. Like, do we know history, people? I mean, you're targeting Jews. We are a minority, a protected class. Okay. And with that, I want to talk about the rampant Jew hatred that's been unfolding in our area. And it's not just Montclair, it's been all the towns around here. And it's been traumatic to say the least. Today, instead of saying Jews, they're now calling us Zionists. It's the same Jew-hating anti-Semitism, but wrapped in different wording. This is the same vilification we saw that started before the Holocaust, where people see us as non-human, and violence against us is justified. This is starting to become reality around the world, as Jews are being beaten up in the streets, as we saw in Amsterdam, hunted down for being Jews. And we're trying to stop it from getting worse here, which is why you see all of us here today. I want to bring your attention to groups that are sitting here today. Pax Christi, AMP, JVP, Soma for Palestine, NJ 11 for Palestine, all these organizations that have formed and appeared after October 7th to be full sprung. And we see their vile hatred and speeches everywhere, in town council meetings, Board of Ed meetings, in rallies. We've seen them in Livingston, in West Orange, in Montclair. They go everywhere and they spew their lies and propaganda. In Montclair earlier this year, where we put a rally for our hostages, we had counter-protesters yelling at us, resistance is justified. We don't want a two-state, we want all of it. Palestine is all Arab, meaning no Jews allowed. We don't want no Zionists here. There is only one solution, intifada revolution, which is a violent uprising. So the only solution, and it's going to get worse probably because they keep chanting it, and soon it's going to be a reality. It's going to be violent soon if we don't stop it. In Livingston, organizations were trying to stop October 7th survivors who came to speak. These same organizations are here today. These survivors came to school to speak their stories of a terrorist attack against them, and they protested. They flooded the Board of Ed meeting and protested against it. So what I'm saying is, you have a duty to protect your Jewish citizens. And we'd like
Excuse
for
me.
you to
Thank
also
you.
have anti-Semitism training for everybody.
Thank you so much for coming. Next guest, please.
Hi there, my name's
Hi there.
Alana Bryant. Sorry, I have to lower it. I'm from Maplewood, like a lot of the folks and one of the previous speakers here. Firstly, I wanted to say I'm a Jewish person for peace, and most of the communities of Montclair and the surrounding towns are. I'm also heartbroken by the civilian death toll in Gaza, and I don't believe, like most Jews don't, that criticizing the Israeli government is anti-Semitism. I do it all the time, most Jews do. People today are going to try and make this issue today about Palestine, but we are not here to talk about Palestine. We are here because there was an issue around the imam's anti-Semitic posts. I have some of them here for you. So for example, and this has nothing to do with the Israeli government, the war in Gaza, or anything political or humanitarian or war-related, this is a post about the pogrom on November 7th in Amsterdam. It's a post of police, and this was at the time that the pogrom happened, which was described by its organizers as a Jew hunt, where they hunted people down and beat them up on the street for just looking Jewish. And the imam placed a laughing emoji on it, a laughing emoji, which is not an appropriate reaction to any kind of ethnic violence in any situation, in any circumstance, from any clergyman or any town official. I mean, I certainly won't tell anyone on this council. We live in a diverse community. We have obviously diverse representation. I'm not going to tell you what racism or ethnic violence is, but no one should laugh at it. And when we brought this up at the civil rights meeting, we asked kindly and informed the imam that this was offensive and upsetting, and could he do anti-Semitism training. He rejected it. He rejected the anti-Semitism training. He said he knew what anti-Semitism was, and watch, I don't define racism for other people, and other people should not define anti-Semitism, especially for Jewish people who are explaining it. And in the end, the sad thing was that he reposted it. When he was made aware by the Jewish community that the horns, which were put on an American Jewish guy, and the laughing emoji at the Jews being beaten in Amsterdam on the street wasn't acceptable, he reposted it. That's why we're here today. We're not here about Israel or Palestine or Gaza or criticizing the government. I'll criticize it right now. We're here to stop hate speech in our towns. Thank you for listening, and I'll share these.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Ho, ho, ho. My name is Santa Claus, and I come from the north part of town. I just wanted to offer my sincerest thanks for the free holiday parking. Feeding 9 meters to park all my reindeer stinks even worse than my breath after an eggnog bender. But I digress. I've come before you today to make a public service announcement. For the first time in Christmas history, I will not be giving coal to the boys and girls who end up on the naughty list. Look, coal is an abomination, but at least you can cook Boca burgers with it. I love Boca burgers. But my breaking news this year is that for anyone on the naughty list, I'll be giving out used synthetic turf. A study by the U.S. government found that plastic production is a major driver in climate change. One could say that plastic is the new coal, and turf is a huge reason why. This stuff is just the pits. It only lasts 8 to 10 years, and when it's done, it just ends up as garbage. Did you know that less than 9% of plastic gets recycled, and this stuff, never? It just ends up in landfills. For anyone who wants a white Christmas, it's not going to happen if you keep covering the land with this junk. Turf can clock in at over 70 degrees hotter than natural grass. And whereas I encourage the spreading of joy to the world, turf just spreads microplastics. The more you play on it, the more it starts breaking apart and coming loose, spreading in upwards of thousands of pounds of plastic waste every single year. And where does it end up? From the North Pole to the South and everywhere between, including inside our bodies. I want you to be full of Christmas, not plastic. Studies show that the average person may be eating 5 grams of plastic each and every week. That's the same weight as a credit card. But instead of getting cashback rewards, you're just getting cancer. Bah humbug. I actually feel bad giving this to the naughty kids. The ones who deserve it the most are the big oil CEOs who've tricked us into thinking that we need it. And that playing the day after it rains is more important than the well-being of all mankind. It's pretty grinchy if you ask me. And because they put profits before people, it's up to you, city council members, to do everything you can to stop covering this beautiful town in gross green plastic. Okay, I'd better get going. These mysterious drones make it very hard to navigate my sled. Have a very Merry Christmas, a Happy Hanukkah, Happy New Year, Happy Holidays. I hope you guys get all the Boca burgers your hearts imagine. Thank you so much.
Santa, may we have your name, please? And I know you're from the North Pole, but we need your name and an address.
I sometimes go by the alias Keith Haskell.
Okay,
I live on
and-
College Avenue. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
So this is the act I have to follow, yeah? Okay. Was not on my bingo card for this evening to follow Santa Claus, but this is the last laugh I think that I'm going to generate. My name is Jonathan Becker. I'm from Livingston. And I thank you for your time and for listening. That's before I speak, but that's it. No more jokes. I am here. I see there's some shirts back there of people who say that it's not in their name. What is not in the name? What is their name? Who are they? I'm assuming that it's because they're supposedly Jewish and some actions occurring in the Middle East are not in their name. I will not litigate those actions. I will not even speak in their name, but I will speak on behalf of other people, other Jewish people, such as myself. The Jewish people of Livingston, for example, a town which lives, I would say, in peace and harmony with its neighbors, its brethren, its interfaith community quite well over the years. I'll speak on behalf of the Jewish residents of Montclair who perhaps are afraid or intimidated to come here on the podium, or maybe have no words, because it is kind of hard to find the words in light of some of the comments made today or the comments made on those social media posts. I'll speak on behalf of my family, the family that has departed as a result of the kind of hatred, persecution, and violence towards Jews in the old country, in the new country, you name it. They've been persecuted, and it didn't start with the state of Israel. It didn't start on October 7th. It didn't start even when Santa Claus was conceived. It started a long, long time ago. I'll speak on behalf of my children, 3 young children in the public system of this fair state who have no grasp, and I can't imagine how they can grasp that just by being born as kids to me and to my wife, Jewish parents, they are immediately considered these people, those people who are now Zionists, Jewish, and a member of a group that, yes, has an infamous history of thousands of years of somehow being always the blame, the culprit, the reason for every kind of suffering and loss, bank crash, bad TV. Jews are in the middle of it. Jews are at fault. I'll speak on behalf of those people, and here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say is that we know what anti-Semitism is, okay? I know what it is. You can take my word for it, or you can take some history books' word for it, or you can take the word of the people who can't speak because they died as a result of the exact tropes that were used by the honored imam, considering Jews to be the devil, demonic, controlling some cabal, some economic or media center, all to the detriment of poor children who are either Christian or Arab or Palestinian or otherwise. I only wish that the concern for Palestinian children will be equal to those Palestinian children living in Jordan, in Yemen, in Syria, in Lebanon. We're all living under the yoke of jihadist, existentialist threats that are derived today against Jews, tomorrow against you. I hope not, but I wish you well. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays. Next guest, please.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Holidays. My name is Joseph Fortunato, and unlike some of the last few speakers, I am a Montclair resident, 38 Windsor Place. I shouldn't have given the number, but be that as it may, I'm here because I'm angry. It's been a long time since I've been here, but I think that the Civil Rights Commission has disgraced itself. I remember the Civil Rights Commission. I remember when it was formed. By taking sides to limit the free speech, to bully the imam, who I never met until tonight, and I spoke with him just a few minutes. I don't know him well, but just a few minutes. But what happened to him was a disgrace. A couple of you I met before you entered office, and you said, well, I'm the leaf blower guy. I'm not going to get involved in international politics. But yet you have. And you have brought it. You have brought it to Montclair. You have brought this to Montclair. And by the way, for those of you who are interested in history, pick up The 100 Years' War on Palestine by Rashid Khalidi. Or pick up, pick up the Edward Said.
Excuse me, please.
No, it has only been debunked by Zionist propagandists. Now, I am here to say that the Civil Rights Commission has disgraced itself by taking sides in an international issue. And I'm here to say I am angry. I am angry about 45,000 people dead by Palestine being reduced to rubble, by people sick, by children, amputees, dead children. That is the issue. That is the issue. Now.
No, we're not going to have that, please. We're doing well.
Okay. Now.
Sir, would you go ahead and
I may or may
speak
not,
to us?
I may or may not agree. I don't agree with everything, I'm sure, that the imam says, as a lapsed Catholic who went to St. Catherine's. And by the way, there's a few names I want you to know. Some of you I went to Montclair High School, graduated in class of 71. That's where I learned about free speech. Perhaps, Madam Mayor, you know some of the same people that I do, and some of those names you may be familiar with. Maybe Ms. Toller will, maybe not. Some of you others. Arthur Kenoy.
Yes.
H. Bruce Franklin. These are Montclair residents. They taught us. These folks in the back, I stand in solidarity with them. Jewish Voices for Peace.
Thank you very much.
Speak a little later to their statement. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Next guest, please.
Hi, my name is Shannon Hivik, and I live in Montclair, New Jersey. I'm here in support of the Montclair Animal Shelter, and specifically the transfer program that I understand was canceled. I don't believe that should be canceled. If the Montclair Animal Shelter has space and resources to help others, we should absolutely do that. There's no reason not to. And I would like to propose to reinstate that program, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Thank you. My name is Musa Naji, and I'm here from Newark, and I'm here on behalf of CARE New Jersey, the Council on American Islamic Relations New Jersey chapter. And I'm here to express concerns with the decision to dismantle the police chaplain program and remove Imam Kevin from his position, which is not only unjust, but a profound mistake that disservices this vibrant community and creates a sense of intimidation around exercising free speech to shed light on global injustice. Imam Kevin has worked tirelessly to bridge divides and foster inclusivity. He has been a pillar of strength, compassion, and understanding for the community. The dismantling of the police chaplain program would only cause a significant harm to officers and community members alike. The calls to terminate Imam Kevin's position are based on accusations of anti-Semitism that are both unfounded and baseless. These accusations propagated by certain members of the community are based on misinterpretations and out-of-context statements. Let us be clear. Imam Kevin's social media posts intend to highlight issues of concern and have been misconstrued. The legitimacy of these accusations have not been substantiated by any legal authority. As a civil rights advocacy organization, CARE New Jersey condemns all form of discrimination against all groups, including anti-Semitism, anti-Muslim, and anti-Arab bigotry. Imam Kevin expressed his support for the human rights of Palestinians who have been undergoing genocide for well over a year. Entities including the United Nations and Amnesty International have deemed these atrocities as genocide. Food, clean water, and access to life-saving medical care have been strategically cut off from all the Palestinian people by the Israeli military. Children, women, and unarmed civilians and journalists have been under constant attack by the Israeli military. As humans, we should call out the killing of thousands of innocent infants and children exactly for what it is, an evil act that should always be condemned regardless of who's responsible, and Israel is no exception. I urge the township authorities to reconsider their decision and not allow unfounded accusations and a lack of due process to dictate the fate of a dedicated community leader. Some of the speakers came up and mentioned that it was anti-Semitic. One of the speakers referred to them as them in the room, but one of them mentioned that the people from Jewish Voices for Peace and the pro-Palestinian Jewish speakers are supposedly Jewish. So that is anti-Semitic. To claim that you can decide who is Jewish or not is anti-Semitic. That should be the issue that we should be addressing here. They have no right to decide who is Jewish or not. That's anti-Semitic. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Next guest, please.
Good evening. My name is David Corvidge. I live at 58 Tuxedo Road. I'm also, as you may remember, the president of Montclair Climate Action. I'm here to speak on a different topic. I'm here to speak in favor of the resolution to install the charger for EVs in the south end parking lot. I wasn't able to attend the last council meeting, so I want to thank you in person for approving the charger here at 205 and address a couple of points made about the other proposed charger. First, I and another MCA member have checked out the parking lot at the south end at varying times and days, afternoon, evening, and I've usually found it with many empty spaces. The only time I saw it close to full was actually the evening of the tree lighting, and even then, I will admit, somewhat to my surprise, I was able to find a space. Given the number of empty spaces normally found in the lot, it should be no problem giving over 2 spaces to charging. I also want to stress that EVs are for everyone, and the 4th Ward, of which I am a resident, and the South End deserve access to charging as much as other parts of town. EVs are for everyone because they have to be for everyone. With half of our heat-trapping pollution coming from cars, there's no way to cut pollution and address the ongoing climate crisis unless we change the way we get around. EVs aren't the only change we need to make. Promoting biking and walking is equally important, but EVs are an essential change. Anyone who cares about leaving a livable world for our children and our grandchildren should be doing everything they can to get us into EVs. And in case anyone in the audience or watching online doesn't know it, EVs are increasingly affordable. You can get a good new EV for around $30,000 to $35,000, well below the average car price. Hopefully the Bolt will come on next year with prices in the 20s, and you can find good used late model EVs online for around $15,000 or less. And once you get one, it's cheaper to operate than a gas-powered car. Presumably this is why only like 98% of people who have bought the switch from gas-powered cars do not want to go back, and cost is the major reason they mentioned. So everyone, if you want to save money, get an EV for your next car. Like I said, sooner or later, we're all going to need to make the change to EV, so given that, let's make sure the South End has charging too. I think having this charger in the South End will make the option more useful for renters in the area, and there are some apartments in the area above the shops and just on Orange Road. And will also make people in the area more likely to get EVs. Studies have found that people are more likely to get an EV if they're within a mile of a charger, even if they never use it. Just knowing it's there provides some psychological satisfaction. To be honest, I think the biggest obstacle to EV adoption in town is that 40% of our population is renters, and they still have a hard time charging. I would love to see the council do something more to address that, but in the meantime, let's put those chargers in the South End too, so people who live there can also charge. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Steve Shalom from Haddon Place in Montclair, and I'm going to present a statement from Jewish Voice for Peace, along with two of my colleagues who are also Jewish residents of Montclair. Jewish Voice for Peace of Northern New Jersey is an organization committed to justice in Palestine and opposed to anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and all forms of hatred. We feel a special obligation to speak out against the criminal acts of Israel, which calls itself the Jewish state, as if all Jews bear responsibility for its crimes. We also feel an obligation to challenge false or exaggerated claims of anti-Semitism that are used in an effort to obscure or justify Israel's terrible treatment of Palestinians. We are here tonight to express our concern for the way Imam Kevin Daoud Amin has been smeared as an anti-Semite. Imam Amin has a long record of working with other interfaith leaders to oppose bigotry and intolerance. Yet he has been attacked by the Montclair Civil Rights Commission, some members of the Township Council, some local residents, several pro-Israel organizations, and a member of Congress. Montclair Township disbanded its entire chaplaincy program because he was their Muslim chaplain. The controversy began when Imam Amin said at a Township Council meeting, quote, "We have this group, we have that group, and certain groups have more pull than others in the media, and what have you." This comment, which never mentioned Jews at all, and which made the rather uncontroversial point, confirmed by much social science literature, that Muslims are portrayed more negatively in the media than other groups, such as Catholics, Hindus, and Jews. This was elevated by critics into the equivalent of the protocols of the Elders of Zion. It is no anti-Semitic canard to note that messages critical of Israel have much more difficulty being heard than messages supporting Israel. Last year, Jewish Voice for Peace of Northern New Jersey was accused by some of the same individuals who've been attacking Imam Amin of being anti-Semitic and pro-terrorist for seeking to host a talk by a Quaker speaker at the Montclair Public Library. The Montclair Civil Rights Commission, through its then chairperson, actually called for the library to violate our free speech and freedom of assembly rights by canceling the event. And the Jersey Journal, which had accepted a paid advertisement from us, referring to an Amnesty International report describing Israel as an apartheid state, had the ad canceled by the publisher.
Thank you for coming. Next guest, please.
David Surrey from Cooper Avenue in Montclair, and to repeat, I'm a Jewish resident of Montclair. Imam Amin's critics have further charged that some of his social media posts are anti-Semitic. His social media does include harsh criticism of Israel. That is his right. It is all of our rights. It includes quotes and criticisms coming from many sources, including from Jews. The Israel group Breaking the Silence, articles appearing in the Forward, and from Holocaust survivor Dr. Gabar Mate, about whom Imam writes, quote, "Evidence of the Jewish community is not a monolith. I agree with a good doctor." And he approvingly quotes Nurat Amin, an Israeli Jew, who says Israel's evil has nothing to do with Judaism. Consider one media post singled out by his critics. The Imam reposted a brief Instagram debate between Jewish Israeli supporter Alan Dershowitz and Jewish Israeli opponent Norman Finkelstein. There is a small icon, the one that's been brought up, in the middle of the image showing the devil's horns. The critics charged that because attributing horns to Jews was part of a medieval anti-Semitic imagery, Imam was engaging in anti-Semitism. That itself is a contradiction. Even if he was aware of the horns, He could hardly be saying that he considers all Jews to be devils, since he endorses the views of many Jews, including Jewish Norman Finkelstein. For the Imam, there are some Jews who are worthy and some Jews who are not worthy. There is nothing anti-Semitic about that.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Hi, I'm Emily Filardo. I'm also a Jewish resident of Montclair. The critics denounce a post by Imam Amin saying, "Habibi, my friend, come to Amsterdam." He actually has several posts relating to the recent soccer riots in Amsterdam that together present a rather confused message. And indeed, there are many conflicting interpretations of what happened among people who are not anti-Semites. The Habibi post shows Palestinian demonstrators, but no acts of violence, let alone anti-Semitic violence. Another of his posts is from the Jewish head of the Fellowship of Reconciliation, who says, quote, "If you're freaking out about clashes at a soccer game that spun out into unacceptable violence in Amsterdam, but you're silent about all the settler pogroms being carried out on the West Bank, it's hard to take you seriously," close quote. Note that Amin reposted this, which refers to unacceptable violence. Imam Amin also posted a link to an article on the website Zeteo that offered this conclusion about what happened in Amsterdam. Quote, "This isn't to suggest that anti-Semitic or anti-Israeli incidents did not occur, but when major media outlets foreground claims of anti-Semitism while marginalizing documented anti-Arab racism," which I'll say as an aside also happened there, "they reveal deep-seated bias in how racial violence is understood and reported in Western media." One might not agree with these analyses, but to charge Imam Amin with anti-Semitism for posting them is wholly unwarranted. People of goodwill will often want to point out to allies the unintended meanings and harms that their words might cause. We can all be better, and we should all be striving for greater sensitivity. But to take official town action and to call in an official town body, the Civil Rights Commission, to police the language and social media of a public servant with a long record of interfaith engagement seems particularly inappropriate. Anti-Semitism is a vile ideology, but it is unacceptable to use unsubstantiated charges of anti-Semitism to attempt to silence those who are critical of ongoing war crimes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Hi, good evening. My name's Elizabeth Derrico, and I live on Washington Avenue in the South End. And I'm here to just voice how upsetting it was to learn of the transfer program at the animal shelter being canceled back in the spring. Apparently it happened quite a while ago, and it was a very poor decision. That transfer program is what makes that shelter thrive. Puppies come from Tennessee. My 6-year-old Tulip, who's 105 pounds, came from Tennessee. She was great for our family. Sometimes puppies are not great for other families, but it brings them into the shelter. They see these puppies. They hear there's a load of puppies at the shelter. They come in and they talk to Liz Morgan, who's an expert in helping counsel families onto what animal would be good for them. And they might say, oh, wait, look at that 2-year-old dog. She's so much calmer than the puppy. And they leave with the 2-year-old dog that was found in Montclair, and the Tennessee dog, or the Georgia dog, or another dog from another town that is no longer allowed here, is adopted from another family at another time. The transfer program was funded through the Friends of Montclair Animal Shelter, not the town. So this was ridiculous to stop that. Now the shelter is 2/3 empty because of this requests to not allow dogs from other towns. I have another dog from the shelter who is from Montclair. I have my other dog, Tulip, from Tennessee. Would it be really nice in my family if we only had the one? It would have been fine, but isn't it nice that we could have helped another one? Also, this shelter is so meaningful to so many families, not only for adoptions. People go, they read to the dogs. Kids learn about being kind. Kids donate birthday money to get food for the dogs at the shelter. And it's not only for the dogs in the shelter, it's for families in town who may be not able to afford dog food at that time. The shelter is so much more than just the animals. It is a community center. It is a community thing that is happy. I volunteered there. People would say to me, "Oh, isn't it too sad to volunteer at a shelter? How can you do it?" You know why? Because it was the happiest place in Montclair. Those animals are so well cared for. Those animals are all adopted. I never felt sad because I knew in a couple of weeks one of them would be, the one that might have been there long was gone at a nice happy house that Liz Morgan was always able to identify. She's always able to identify. So anyway, rethink that, because I am not the only one in town with this strong feeling, and it's very new that we're aware of it.
Thank you. Next guest, please. Okay, yeah, okay. Yes,
Hello,
hi, good evening.
I am Pat Lytle from Union Street in Montclair, and I'm here to express my very strong support for the Montclair Township Animal Shelter. I am a regular volunteer there 3 days a week. I go there 2 mornings a week to help clean, and 1 afternoon a week when it's open to the public. I help with the cats, so my comments are primarily about the cats, but I've also seen a lot of great things with the dogs. Now, my observation from my volunteer work behind the scenes is that the Montclair Township Animal Shelter is very well run by a very knowledgeable and dedicated staff. In fact, I see the staff going above and beyond every day to make it a great experience for the animals in their care and also for the people who come in to adopt. The animals do get adopted, even the so-called hard to place or hard to adopt animals. I've been amazed at how often another cat will be gone. So often when the public comes in and I meet them and I talk to them in the cat adoption room, they will tell me how impressed they are with the shelter, how well organized it is, how clean it is, how happy the cats seem in their spacious enclosures with cushions to sleep on and toys to play with. And it's, as I said, it's just a great experience, and it really speaks to the staff. Now, those pets, when they are adopted, they bring so much joy. They become members of the family. And then the people who have adopted, they come back again to adopt more animals. They become volunteers. They become donors. There are so many programs. So the Montclair Township Animal Shelter is such an asset. It's really the gold standard in animal shelters, in my opinion, compared to others that I'm aware of. The town should be proud of it, and I urge you to give it your full support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
My name is Rabbi Mark Katz. I'm a resident of Montclair and the rabbi at Temple Ner Tamid in Bloomfield, which has 640 families, the majority of them from Montclair. I'm here tonight to speak about the decision to disband the chaplaincy program and to represent the pulse of the Jewish community. I'm worried that much of the rhetoric tonight and the story for that decision will be that Jews and Muslims are fighting over Israel and that the town doesn't want to get involved in that conflict. And if that were the case, I wouldn't either. I'll sometimes find myself at odds with members of the Jewish community on issues around the war. But that is not what this is. I want to say that I value Imam Amin in the community. He has been an ally, especially after our firebombing. And I believe that he has a right to advocate for the Palestinian community as vociferously as he wants, and I would defend him in that regard. But when one's advocacy crosses a line into anti-Semitism, by sharing posts that play on age-old tropes that call Jews devils, that say that Jews run the media, that promote Holocaust denial, or that make light of attacks of Jews, as did a recent post inviting people to Amsterdam after the attacks on Jews there, the posts stop being about the issue at hand, and one cannot defend them under, quote, freedom of religion. This is a scary time for Jews worldwide and locally. The Jewish community came to the town asking for help, looking for action that would show us that these types of messages would not be tolerated. If every other organization can hold their employees and volunteers accountable for their online presences, why can't Montclair? I personally would have welcomed any number of actions, from firmer social media policies to trainings to probation, and then worst case, termination. What happened instead is that a beloved program disappeared, and the Jewish community was sent a message that had we not spoken out, had we not come to the town for help, had we not made trouble, then things would have remained peaceful and the chaplaincy would have remained intact. There is a lot of repair to be done, and I am committed to doing it with all parties involved. But in the case of the town, I want to feel that they will not choose political expediency and quiet over the hard work of loving rebuke and thoughtful action. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Before my time gets started, Mayor, just like a point of order. I don't think we shouldn't end this meeting or allow it to go on without recognizing the festive outfit that you have on. It's just, I think it uplifted everybody tonight. All right, we can start the clock ticking. A gentleman over there, I think from CARE, talked about how Jews shouldn't be deciding who other Jews are, and he's right. We don't get to anyway. Other people decide who we are. Usually when they're putting us on trains.
Name and address, please.
Sorry, Josh Katz, 99 Midland Avenue. So usually when they're putting us on trains or turning us into soap, right, or firebombing our synagogues. And I wanted to talk about a firebombing of a synagogue, not in Bloomfield a few years ago, but recently in Sydney, Australia. So there was a firebombing of a synagogue in Sydney on December 6th, and unlike the firebombing of my own synagogue in Bloomfield, this one caused significant damage, destroyed some holy Torah scrolls. Claire Lehman, who's based in Australia and a publisher of the media property called Quillette, wrote the following, and this is what I want to get to. She says, I realize that anti-Semitism is two things, active, vicious hatred and cool institutional indifference toward that hate. And it was that institutional indifference that made me feel afraid. While the Prime Minister might not be personally anti-Semitic, his intentional paralysis speaks of something more damning. A timeline exposes the timid response from Australia's leaders. The Prime Minister said nothing when a mob descended upon Central Shul Chabad Synagogue in Melbourne. On the anniversary of Kristallnacht, nothing when an anti-Israel convoy drove through Sydney's eastern suburbs, home to many Jewish Australians. Remained silent when families of Israeli hostages had to flee when protesters came through their neighborhood calling them baby killers. Nothing when a Melbourne professor had his office stormed for working with an Israeli university. Nothing when a former Olympian, Australian senator, and Indigenous woman was surrounded by an intimidating mob at the Grey Synagogue of Sydney, and then the Sydney synagogue was firebombed. When Jewish citizens of this town ask you to speak out against anti-Semitism and to act quickly and decisively to discipline a town official who spews anti-Semitism, it's not to satisfy some urge to score points in the oppression Olympics, or to try to settle the issues in a conflict thousands of miles away in the Middle East. a place where tribal warfare has been shedding human blood more or less since the earth cooled. We're asking you to make these statements and take these actions because, as Claire Lehman pointed out, your silence is a stepping stone on the path to violence against Jews in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Good evening. Sarah Avery, Montclair residents. Why does this council allow the manager to continue sabotaging the community? The only conclusion I can draw is that many on the council are co-conspirators. I will continue to expose fraud and corruption for as long as it takes until safety, security, and equity are restored. South End community members attended a meeting recently to discuss possible uses of CDBG grant funds that are restricted for use in low and moderate income tracts. At no time during this meeting was there any discussion of spending $500,000 for streetscaping on Maple Avenue, for which the planner refused to provide a budget at the last meeting. Appropriate uses for CDBG funds include private improvements to deteriorating areas to arrest decline, make essential repairs, and pay operating expenses to maintain the habitability of housing units. Instead, affordable housing units have been left to rot, and tax liens on home core properties have been sold. Slums and ghettos are not created by the people who live there. It is the property owners, the slumlords, who create ghettos. This has been well documented in The Warmth of Other Suns by Isabel Wilkerson. The deteriorating financial condition of home core and its inventory is egregious evidence of the planner's mission to undermine affordable housing in Montclair. Home core has become a slumlord with the assistance of the planner. The planner misused CDBG funds for roadworks in the South End that should have been used for affordable housing. Township road improvements are paid for with our taxes. The planner misappropriated funds that should have been used to improve affordable housing by using those funds to offset taxes paid by residents in other wards. Councillor Logman has been vocal about her support for undermining affordable housing. She voted to pay the Affordable Housing Administrator that misappropriated over $137,000 of affordable housing trust funds. And she voted no to repairing the roof on the homeless shelter because the councilor doesn't believe in maintaining occupied properties if there is a possibility they can be converted to another, more profitable use. By all means, vote your conscience on the resolution, but people are watching and the exploitation of this community does not go unnoticed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Hi, my name is Lisa Seagartell, and I live on Essex Avenue. My home is on the corner of Essex Avenue and Frederick Street. I have lived in this house for over 17 and a half years. I have witnessed numerous accidents on my corner, the most recent of which was on Wednesday, December 4th of this year. Earlier today, I emailed you all pictures of that accident, which I'm sure you had already seen. And I also emailed you pictures of the previous accident that I witnessed, which was on June 18th of this year, less than 6 months prior. In these two accidents and all of the accidents at this corner over the years, cars end up on the sidewalks and property of the neighbors on my corner. I would also like to add that my husband and I had to personally clean up pieces of the cars from the December 4th accident, and there is still debris that we are not able to fully clean up. We all have children in the neighborhood. Most of us have children who walk to and home from school. There is a bus stop on this very corner. Watchung School is less than 1 full block away. I have not once in all of my years of living here seen somebody get pulled over for speeding on Essex Avenue or Montclair Avenue, which are both speedways. I have not seen someone get ticketed from running the stop signs, which happens daily on the corner of Frederick and Essex. I walk and drive here every single day. Something has to change immediately. In this neighborhood, which is a convenient pass-through, there is complete disregard for traffic regulations, speed limits, and stop signs. Several years ago, I even witnessed a car hit a bus that my child was on as it picked up students on the corner of Frederick and Montclair Avenue. What was that car doing? Trying to get around the bus with its stop sign out. I originally composed this 2 days after the accident on December 4th. And while I was typing this on December 6th, I watched a near accident at the very corner where the accident happened on December 4th. Later that day, I witnessed another near miss. If my child had been walking home from the high school when that accident on December 4th happened, he would have been killed. The town needs to do something before that happens. Despite the Montclair local saying that the driver was extracted from the white car quickly, it took firefighters 38 minutes to extract that driver, and they had to remove the roof. The town needs to do better, provide traffic enforcement now. Put in a 4-way stop, lower the speed limit on Essex and Montclair Avenue, which other neighboring towns are doing now, and provide measures to keep our children safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Bill Harrison, Harvard Street. I'm back on Woodman Field. At the last council meeting, Mr. Burr said the settlement was ordered by the court. That is not correct. The judge encouraged settlements. That's what judges do. The judge approved it but did not order it. At the last council meeting, Mr. LaPola indicated that it would be awkward would show that the Board of Education that the township negotiated in bad faith if he went and said, I'm enforcing the law. There's nothing in bad faith. The only bad faith was when the Board of Education filed the lawsuit. They knew, or I assume they knew, that there are only 2 ways that a Board of Education can build a facility. Both of those ways require appearance before a land use board, which they hadn't done. Mr. LaPola, all you have to do is go and say, the municipal land use law, as of the date the neighbors filed their appeal, that all work had to stop. The township improperly issued the construction permits after the appeal, and 2, that you're enforcing the judgment of the Board of Adjustment, which you are legally required to do. We are not an advisory body. We were not party to the lawsuit. We are not bound by the lawsuit. The neighbors were not party to the lawsuit because the town settled before they had a chance to be heard, and they had every right to appeal. We are required by law to hear that appeal, and once we decided it, the township's obligation to enforce it. That's all you had to tell the Board of Education, and you should do that now so that can be reasonable conditions imposed, because you have no ability to enforce anything else other than what the plans were that the township approved, that were appealed. Okay, I'm changing topics because it's going to be past my bedtime when you get to the cell ordinance, and I'm going to be sitting where Renee is tomorrow night, and I'm going to be appearing before the Bloomfield Board of Adjustment Thursday night. I urge you to pass the cell ordinance. The one thing I want to say is, please get a written agreement with Essex County on what is happening on the county rights-of-way. That is the most likely locations, and make sure they're in agreement that the township has say over what happens in those rights-of-way. So, good night, happy holidays. I wish you all the best.
You too. Thank you. Next guest, please.
Good evening. Erin Bullen, 17 Champlain Terrace. Before I continue on what Mr. Harrison was talking about, I'd just like to say that I'm very excited about Skip the Stuff having its second reading tonight, and I'm looking forward to way less trash. That's outstanding, so great, thank you. Secondly, I'm looking forward to the law being followed regarding Woodman Field, as Mr. Harrison has just spoken about. I wonder when that will happen. This is just kind of sitting in limbo here. The project hasn't been reviewed by the zoning board. The project has not been approved by the zoning board. There's been no traffic study, which could have happened if the project had been reviewed by the zoning board. Ms. Sigartel, I think her name is, was just up here. The car flipped in front of her house. This is 3 blocks away from the location of Woodman Field, 3 blocks. And you would be a fool to think that the same kind of driving, I won't regale everything that she just described because it is accurate at every single intersection down Essex. And more crowded around the field, less visibility around the field, more teenagers around the field. Teenagers equals bad drivers, by the way, just to, you know. So what are we going to do? Like, how are we going to fix this? Because right now your solutions are reactionary. You're reacting to a problem, right? We've got these clanging poles. I don't know how many. I haven't tortured myself to stand there and count them, to tell you the truth. Thank you. 15 poles clanging like a flagpole, so everyone in this room can kind of imagine that all day long. That could have been addressed had the zoning board had the opportunity, which is rightfully theirs, to review such a plan as this. Now, Mr. LaPola's way is just give it to him. I'm sure these people will stop talking one of these days, but here I still am. And I'll tell you, Velcro is not going to fix whatever the next problems are that keep coming up. Stormwater. The zoning board has not had an opportunity to review stormwater. Do you think Velcro can fix that? Like flooding and stuff? We can try it, but I think we should just listen to the experts, which is not Mr. LaPola, it is Mr. Harrison, follow the law. Again, sorry, also not Mr. Burr being an expert either. He seems to be banging a drum over and over about residents not having our rights anymore because of a settlement Mr. LaPola made. Ditch, follow the law, and thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Hi, Anna Grossman. I live next to Chernobyl. Tonight, 11 kennels out of 26 are empty. They are empty because there are no dogs from Montclair to put them in. In a recent article in the Montclair Local, Mr. LaPola is quoted as saying, "I made the decision to temporarily end taking in animals from out of state." Is Newark out of state? Is Patterson out of state? Because the truth is that you made the decision that the animal shelter not accept any animals from outside of Montclair, despite the fact that the transfer program is paid for by a nonprofit. The result of that was that since May, empty kennels were not filled, and families in Montclair seeking a family pet had less of a chance of finding the right fit for them at our shelter in our town, a town where we celebrated the passing of an ordinance that banned the retail sales of pets. You based your decision on a report of the animal shelter you commissioned Government Strategies Group to do, the same firm that recommended you for this job, and the same firm you hired to figure out the PSE&G bills. How much did that report cost us? Do you know how many shelters they have experience writing reports for? How many of those shelters are simply pounds? Were they experts in progressive shelters? Do you know what a progressive municipal shelter is? Because the practice you ended is standard practice. Our shelter always prioritized local animals, including from Patterson and Newark, and then, if there was space, they would accept highly adoptable animals from out of state. You unilaterally decided Montclair would have a pound and not its much-loved shelter. You go on to say, since then, the shelter has been allowed to accept animals from out of state when there's hurricanes. You only allowed that because Annette from Humane Montclair begged you. You made someone beg, and even then, it was a 60-day temporary allowance. Do you know how many you allowed in? Do you know which states you made an exception for? 1. Do you know how many pets you accepted? 8. Hurrah! Lastly, if you were so concerned about the cost of the shelter, why did you not pursue shared services like prior managers had? Seems like we could have acquired $200,000 worth of contracts, and that would substantially reduce the cost for our prize shelter. Really, you expect us to believe that you made these changes to save taxpayer money? Stop. And also, that wind chime that you put outside my house is still banging.
Thank you. Oh, excuse me, manager, did you want to say something? Okay, next guest, please. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Lonnie Summer Padilla, and I'm a resident of Montclair. I've been coming to town council now for several years, I think. I used to come here for, issues related to things going on in town to advocate to, make Montclair better. Up until I'd say maybe a year or so ago, the worst that I've ever seen happen in a town council meeting is, people speaking disrespectfully to council members, or, typically the conflict would be between residents and the council. And a number of you sitting up on the dais right now, ran to, make Montclair better. And we're very much interested in, transparency and oversight, and making sure that happened. I think this issue, when it comes to the chaplain program and it being disbanded, is, it does come down to an issue of oversight. The council is supposed to create policy, and the manager is supposed to execute it, right? The manager is essentially the CEO of the town. So I am just urging you on the council to, to think about that and to really, provide that oversight, to ensure that policies that have been made by council are actually being followed. I worry that the golden days of Montclair may be, coming to an end slowly. I'm hoping that's not the case. When Mr. Weston came up here to receive his award, I was really touched, and and especially knowing that he came here in 1956, and when he came here, he was one of 5 Jews. There were only 4 Jews at the time. And Mr. Weston has been a pillar of our community, and there have been many, but he really has done so much good for this town. And just to think about how he came here at a time when there were only 4 Jews, and he was the 5th, along with his family, which made more.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
We appreciate you. Next, please.
Hello, my name is Barbara Adjournment.
Good evening.
Lifelong resident of Montclair. I'm here again to speak about Seymour Street, and the parking is horrendous. The street itself is about 300 feet. There's 4 apartment buildings, 1 with underground parking, and you have to scramble to get a space. Sit there and wait until somebody moves. You're afraid to go out because when you come back, your space may not be there anymore, and something needs to be done. And I would like to see a handicap space for myself or anybody else. That's my issue, again, and I'd like you all to give it some thought, because whoever put the walkway in evidently didn't think about the people on the back end of the street. Parking is terrible. I called the parking authority. Oh, we'll send somebody out to monitor the traffic. I sat there 40 minutes and nobody came. So that's what I'm here for, and I hope we can get this straightened out. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest.
Hello, good evening. Good evening. My name is Linda Scherzer. I live in the town of Closter, New Jersey. I am here tonight in my role as representative of the Jewish Federation of Greater Metro West, where I serve as Director of the Government Affairs and community relations building wing of the state's largest Jewish federation. As anti-Semitism has surged in this state, in many towns in Essex County, I am also the lead professional at Jewish Federation for combating anti-Semitism. And I would like to add that in my previous profession, I was a Jerusalem-based correspondent for CNN. I spent 8 years on the front lines of the Israel-Palestinian conflict, covering wars and intifadas. And during those years, I often questioned and asked critical questions of Israeli government leaders. I criticized often Israeli government policy, as do many Israelis, Jewish Americans. It is not anti-Semitic at all times to criticize Israeli government policy, just like it is not anti-American to criticize American policies of the American government. But I did not come here tonight to litigate the war in Gaza or to talk about the imam's posts related to the war. I came to point out the posts which express hate against the Jewish people, my people. These are social media posts which in most work environments would lead to an individual's immediate termination. And what the imam might also like to know is that many of the images and words that he's reposting are actually written, many of them, by white supremacists, racists, who hate people of color just as much as they hate me. Allow me to list just 2 of them. The first is a post that promotes Holocaust denial. On November 20th, 2024, the post reads, "The Holocaust didn't happen the way that Hollywood says it did. This is what Jewish supremacy looks like." On November 8th, the imam posts, "Turns out that when Jews pick a fight with someone other than women and malnourished 6-year-olds, they get their effing tuchuses," I'll use that word, beat. That original post was written by a man named Stu Peters, a far-right conspiracy theorist, a Christian nationalist, and prolific anti-Semite. Respectfully, these statements and others should be denounced and repudiated loudly and immediately, just as we would expect the condemnation of homophobic comments or racist comments against any other minority. So too do we expect consequences for hate speech when there is no remorse, and that has hurt the Jewish community. Disbanding the chaplaincy program of people who are dedicated to the sacred mission of providing spiritual counseling to their communities.
Thank you very much.
Strikes
Next,
me as
please.
dangerous and disappointing. I urge you to reconsider your
Thank you.
decision. Thank you.
Hello and good evening. My name is Elliot Williams. I've been a Seymour Street resident for the last 7 years. I wanted to address the parking ticket issue that's been in existence for probably long before I've lived there. I've single-handedly seen how parking tickets have ruined people's lives financially, and it's disheartening and it's very saddening, including myself. I had a whole thing I wanted to say, but my phone died, so I'm kind of going off top here. But I'll give you an example. I wish my roommate was also here to speak as well, but him and I had contracted COVID about maybe 2.5 years ago. Now, the lack of day passes, we're both permit holders. I'm assuming like most people in my building are also permit holders. The lack of day passes is an issue. So when I had taken days off of work, every single day I had gotten a parking ticket, and I just remembered like, okay, at night I'm not getting them, but during the day that I am. I think I had maybe have gotten $100 worth of tickets in that span that I was sick, and there had seemed to be no solution. So I'd like if maybe we can get together and figure out how we can create a solution for more people to have day and night passes. I put in an application for a day and night pass maybe 3 years ago. Still says pending. Don't know why. Him as well. Other people in my building, they have the same issue, and hopefully maybe we can come to a resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
32?
Next guest, please. Okay, we're going to move on. Whoever's next then, please.
Hi, Jessica Stolzberg. I live in Montclair.
What's her name?
Oh,
thank you.
I know it's been a busy night. I think I'm here tonight because I really want to talk about the fact that we are in this room and so many of us return to this room for our own issues, and then we witness all the other issues of the people who come to this room, just like many of you on the dais used to come over and over again for the issues that were important to you and stood right here. And sometimes I'm so shocked at how slow what really seem like easily solvable issues are moving. Seymour Street, my goodness, those poor people there. Why can we not figure out how to respectfully and responsibly come together and work with them on their parking issues? They sound overwhelming and dispiriting, and I think they deserve rapid attention. I think that speeding in this town deserves rapid attention. The accident that was spoken about just 2 blocks from my home at Essex and Frederick, a car flipped over in someone's yard where children are walking, pedestrians are walking all the time. The reaction to the video that went out on that accident had people talking about the excessive speeding, particularly late at night, on all the north-south thoroughfares of Montclair. The ones I heard about: Park Street, Midland Avenue, Essex Avenue, North Fullerton Avenue. My husband and I walk our dogs every night around 11:30 to midnight on North Fullerton. Sometimes there's a patrol car that sits in the train station. Invariably, on the exact same walk, we see cars that must be going about 50 miles per hour down the straightaway past Watchung School. Why is there not an immediate attention to bring a patrol car to that area and sit and wait for those speeders? Because once we have a reputation that we ticket excessive speeding, that's when the speeds start to change. And that's not happening. Where are the patrol cars on Midland, Park, Essex, North Fullerton, et cetera? Why aren't they out tonight? An hour from 11 to 12, let them sit there for 1 week and just pay attention to what's happening. How many tickets could be issued? How much money might we raise? Maybe that money could pay for cleaning up the bird poop at the parking garage. Instead of $95,000 that I see is still on the agenda for tonight, maybe that is money better spent to overtime that we might be told that. I think we really need to think differently about what are we spending money on? What are you guys being asked to approve? And I just think that what brings us to this microphone and to this room is often despair. Things are moving too slowly. Things are not being attended to. There are wind chimes outside all those people's homes. Why haven't they been quieted? How many weeks have they been coming to talk about it? Where is the solutions? We rely on you for these solutions, and we don't feel that they're coming.
Thank you very
Please,
much.
help
Next
us.
guest, please.
Good evening.
Good
My
evening.
name is Shakur Mustafa, and I'm a resident of Bernardsville, New Jersey. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of Imam Dawood, whom I've known and worked hand in hand with for some 45 years. I want to ask a question of the Jewish community in particular. Do you think that if Imam Dawood agreed with a Muslim...
Excuse me, please. Can you speak into the mic so we can hear you and the television has to pick it up? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm asking, do you think that if Imam Dawood agreed or disagreed with any one thing of the Muslim community, that he would be labelized as anti-Muslim? And I say that because there's a verse in the Quran that God has told the Muslims in general. He said, "O you who believe in God and his messenger, and in the scripture we sent down to his messenger, as well as what we sent down before them." He said, don't reject the right of justice. Don't reject the right of justice, because if you did it against your father, against your mother, against your clan, that God would have the right to support you if you were right. And this is the thing that I've known Imam Dawood. As I said, I'm the Newark police officer who went to the Supreme Court on the beard issue. I challenged them for the rights of people, all people, not just Muslims, everybody. And I'm here tonight to say that Imam Dawood is the first Muslim community in Montclair. It would be a serious injustice to take away the chaplaincy program and for Muslims and non-Muslims alike to benefit from Imam Dawood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
Ahava Felicidad, President of the Tenants Organization of Montclair, the advocacy group that with the community brought us all rent control. Thank you. So tonight, I've gotten to hear everything. Because I have to focus on tenants' rights, I won't be able to express here and now some of the ideas that I have about resolving the speeding problem. And I wouldn't normally even say anything about this or other things outside of tenants' rights. However, this affects everyone in our community and things that I've seen, so I want to speak about it. There are just many issues here. I do remain thankful for the existence of these meetings, that this forum, these meetings, this opportunity exists for us to all engage in this way and share our opinions and thoughts. One of my dear friends who is a tenant supporter and also part of our homeowner committee was hit and hospitalized by one of these unsafe drivers. So we're all connected. I'll say I was out for my run about 2 weeks ago, and I watched a car cross the double line on Valley Road in front of another vehicle, just passing the entrance at the circle of Edgemont Park. Thankfully, one of our Montclair police officers was there in place right as this person sped by doing at least 50. I've been driving for about 35 years, and they had to have been doing about 50 miles per hour on Valley Road. Luckily, they were stopped. This person could have killed anyone in our community. Our children crossed the street right past where the brook goes into the crossing walk, where this person sped from Watchung Avenue at Valley straight across. They were stopped. Our families are out walking their dogs, crossing the street there as well, right at the mouth where Central Avenue opens into Valley Road. I know that they meaning the police here, can't be everywhere. I'm glad they were out that night to lessen the dangers of this driver, as well as the fact that they're putting their lives at risk with every vehicle stop. But this speeding problem does affect everyone here in the community. It is something that I do want to look into more as well to help with having our streets safer. And that's not the only incident that I've seen, and it affects everyone here in town. Tenants Organization of Montclair will list the meet and greets for January through June soon. We'll post them on Facebook as our cover photo. Please come out and volunteer. And we're also starting a program for seniors. Trevor's working on the ad for that now, so we can get seniors in to help throughout the week. Lastly, our radio show is in programming process. I'm working on the content for that with the members of our community and our leadership. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Imam Kevin Dawood Amin, 50-year Montclair resident. A lot of things. I just want to, the main thing I want to do is that I'm outraged that the police chaplain program has been canceled, especially at the suggestion of one of the council members who has the least experience here in the town. And I also want to take a mischaracterization. Before I came here, I was at the police station, and the chief, the deputy chief, and also Lieutenant Williams was explaining why it was canceled to some of the some of the chaplains, as well as 2 rabbis who attended. They made the point that they felt that the decision was being taken away from them. That number one, they were making a decision, they were going through their due process, as they do because they're law enforcement officers. They don't work on the whims of people who come, especially a body like yourself, who had a Saturday meeting that wasn't videotaped and wasn't really, and it was for certain people to come. And there are some video of people calling from the gallery. So I just want to say that I think that number one, at I believe it was the last CRC meeting, we were supposed to be looking into Department of Justice, among other entities, that have training. When I finish my comments, I'd like you to tell me where we stand with that. The police also have a grant, and they said that they want to do training. We would like to have our tax dollars be employed for bias training for Islamophobia, for anti-Semitism, for racism against black people, racism against AIPI people, and any other group who feels threatened. Now, we should make that happen. I also have some complaints about CRC, but I'll wait until the next meeting, and I'll come back to the next one. We're talking about anti-Semitism, and before I do that, we always have people who say that they've been over in what is now Israel, and they challenge or they didn't challenge. But yet, they're over there. They're with a military censor. They only say what the Israeli government tells them to say. So don't come here making as if, sanctimoniously, as if you're doing something that's good. Also, too, we want to be careful that every group is protected, that every group has the ability to say what they want to say, and that everybody's not going to be happy with what you say. No one has to please you for what you say. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Lauren Berman, Highland Avenue. I apologize if this is a word salad. I haven't slept in 5 weeks. I was watching the last meeting at home and listening to the discussion about the clerk claiming that she doesn't need to put descriptions of what people talk about in public comment in the minutes. And so that was clearly false, and so I figured I'll just go pull a bunch of other minutes from different towns and show that that's not true. And that was right, and I pulled them, and that's fine. But what's interesting is that it's actually very difficult to find public comments other places, because most meetings don't have public comments. Because just like what Jessica Stolzberg was saying, when you actually just do the stuff, people don't have to come and talk about it. And so there's so much discussion about how to limit comment, and the answer is just to do your job. So tonight, you're subjected to another, several hours of the complaints that were subject to anti-Semitism, because we're months into this and it's still going on, so you could just handle it and then you wouldn't have to hear it. I can't imagine living by Woodman Field. I mean, I don't know if you've seen the videos of what those wood chimes sound like all day long. It's unbelievable to think about living there. These people on Seymour Street that can't park, I mean, these are real life issues impacting people that they need to be handled. As far as the article about the animal shelter, I mean, what really struck me reading that was, Mr. LaPolla said, from his characterization, the way that he was going to change the shelter was to conduct its core function. And what he was describing as the core function, the way I understood it and the way I was reading it, was to do the animal control portion. And that's a valid opinion for someone to have if they think, the animal control should be the function versus not doing the animal rescue. I mean, that's a debate that people can have, but the problem is the manager is not the person who sets the values of the town. And deciding whether or not the animal shelter's core function is animal control or animal rescue is the job of the council to please the residents. And so it's your obligation as oversight to set our values. And I'm not going to pretend that the animal shelter is like my biggest issue and I care that much, but what was terrifying to me about that article is that I have no idea what other values he's changing in all of the other departments, and I don't think you do either. So this is urgent, and we need to get on all of this stuff. And thank you to Rabbi Katz and Linda Scherzer and all of these very important people that have now had to take time out because you're not dealing with the anti-Semitism either. So please do.
Next guest, please.
Greetings, Kalia Sweat. I actually didn't really come here planning to speak tonight. I was just coming to keep an eye on things to see where we were going with the Black Liberation flag. But after hearing what I heard in here tonight and what I've been feeling every time that I've come into this room after August 13th, I knew I had to speak. My spirit told me to. I am really, first of all, you know, this is Montclair where it's okay to stand up for everything and everyone except black people. It's okay to bring a cause unless it's a black person's problem or cause. So I'm not an entertainer. I don't come here with written speeches. I'm not an orator. I'm an activist. I'm actually a former civil rights commissioner for this town. Based upon what I'm hearing, I probably need to become one again because it seems like there's some problems taking place there. First of all, you know, this space is problematic. It's hostile, specifically for black people and, again, black issues and causes. It's way too casual with our ma'afa. With our ma'afa. What I'm referring to is the enslavement and the legacies of enslavement of black people. Everyone, this language I heard here earlier, with someone mentioning Emmett Till, a 14-year-old boy dragged out of his home and lynched. We talking about Aunt Jemima? Symbols of degradation of black people, and that's casual? Nobody stopped that? That's a problem for me. It was really good seeing some of you at the Kwanzaa celebration. That's nice, loved it. But again, I said this before, in Montclair, we're casual with black culture when it's about song and dance or sport and play. But when it's our issues based upon our survival and even protecting our history, it doesn't exist or it's slow. I'm not attacking you. But please, let me know where we stand on the ordinance for the continuing raising of the Black Liberation flag. What I'm seeing and feeling in here, this should help you to remember how serious it is to get that flag up. Because I said it before, maybe it will help people act right. So I'm running out of time. I don't know if you know, a couple of weeks ago, a black boy was found hanging in a bathroom in Maryland, right? So we don't have time to waste. We got people in Montclair running for political positions who mention the Black Liberation flag in the same sentence and same breath as KKK. So please, I need y'all, if you're having difficulty, contact me. I would love to work with you. I believe it's you, Mayor, Councilman Williams, and you on the committee. Please, let's get this done. And no disrespect to Skip the Stuff, but if we can deal with all that, but we haven't gotten up this flag, it's almost January. So that's what I want to say. I'm tired of the anti-blackness being accepted up in this piece.
Sister Kalia, I just want to respond to you because I know you don't like it when people don't respond. And so if you'll recall, last week I was very excited. I mentioned to you that I was going to put that on the agenda for today, and you asked that you be a participant in writing the language. And so it's for now, it's for yourself and I to get together, and we're just waiting for a time that we can get together. So I'm here now, and I'll be more than happy if you want to come in tomorrow. We can do that. I was just waiting for you to tell me when you wanted to get together and
I'm
help me
always
with the
ready on
language.
that.
We can do that tomorrow. That was the
Much
only thing,
respect.
but
I
it's
appreciate that.
important to me when people come up and they say things that may leave the public thinking that it's not very important to us and my colleagues, because I'm telling them I'm working on that. Just as I told you, hey, I'm going to get it in for today, and you said you wanted an opportunity to work with me. So if you can come by tomorrow, let's do that.
So times are hard. People got to work.
Yeah.
So, but I will try to come tomorrow. But
Okay.
no matter what, I respect and appreciate you saying that.
Okay.
I am always ready and willing, as long as it's a good fit for everyone in terms of time. So I wasn't trying to give the perception that some of us have not been in communication.
Okay.
What I am trying to do is to make it clear that what I'm experiencing in this space is not acceptable. And there really are some people here who are not having it and won't accept it.
Yeah.
I'm one of them.
Well, I appreciate the fact that you're going to make yourself available so we can get that done. Thank you. Next guest?
Hey, my name is Ben Kaplan. I'm a resident of Montclair. I just want to say, first off, I completely agree with all the statements from the last person. The anti-black sentiments expressed in this room have been absolutely disgusting with no pushback from the council. That was the first pushback that was received all night, was on that speaker in the state that Asada Shakur, Sundiata Akalai were imprisoned. That is absolutely vile. Next off, I would like to say that conflating anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism makes the world unsafe for Jews, Muslims, Arab people of all faiths, and people of all backgrounds who face persecution. Second, the imam's comments regarding the media influence and conflating that to be about Jewish people is an anti-Semitic trope and playing into that yourself. He did not target any specific groups. The Zionist entity is an American imperial project. In the American imperialist bourgeois media, the coverage is absolutely skewed. Lastly, to refer to this as a far-off issue is false. Thousands of tons of munitions leave the ports of Elizabeth, ports of Newark, and the ports of Jersey City every single week, manufactured here to kill children in Gaza and Lebanon. Next off, members of this community in Montclair have lost family members under the rubble in Gaza, in Lebanon, and have had their lands, their families' lands, settled on by settlers in the West Bank. It is absolutely unacceptable. This is not a far-off issue. This is close to home. That is all.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Marcellus Medeiros, praise the Lord. I came tonight, number one, to see where we are with the rising of the Black Liberation flag, because it's been over 4 months. And I do know that there has been pushback in this town, because I witnessed it the night, August 13, when Kalia did bring the flag to give to you all. So I'm not going to ignore the fact that that played a role in it. And like Kalia said, this black hate has to stop. And I've been witnessing it as long as I can even understand what it was, because I've only understood what it was probably like in the last 10 years. But that's what I mainly came to speak on today. But there's a lot of things going on in this town that I'm really just disgusted with. You know, everybody refers to this state as a soprano state, but I was thinking that it would be hard to get some of that stuff off in this town with all these people paying attention. But these two gentlemen over here, like, you're really bold. You're really bold, and I don't know who you're connected, because like I'm realizing that like the lawyer that sits on Montclair Board of Ed, he's down in Camden, he's in Newark. He's everywhere. He's attached to the Florio, who's attached to the Florio law firm that's attached to, what's his name, Georgie Norcross III, who's facing 13 indictments right now on corruption and making all that money off of schools in Camden, too. So I'm clear on how racism is perpetuated and selective enforcement, and how people waste the money that's meant for vulnerable people and now vulnerable animals. Like, really? You don't represent the value. You don't get to do that. You really don't. That's disgusting that you would go ahead behind doors and make arrangements like that. That's not the representation I know of people, how they feel about animals in this town. So that's just unacceptable. And I also want to know, Counselor, why didn't the insurance pay Ms. Rao's win for her SEPA claim? Why didn't insurance cover that? Are my tax dollars covering that? So that, yes.
Well, first and foremost, you said, "Who am I?" Is that what the question was?
No,
Did
I
you
said.
actually say, "Oh, I'm bold"?
Yeah,
or
I
something?
did. I did say you were
I'm Paul
bold.
Barr.
No, I didn't say
Third
who.
generation. I'm
I didn't
third
ask you.
generation
I
from
said no.
Montclair.
The
No,
only
let's
question
just
I
get
asked
straight.
you.
Let's
The
just-
only
excuse me.
question I asked you is why wasn't the claim paid with insurance money? Why were my tax dollars? I said you're bold. I didn't ask you if you were. I'm telling you my opinion. Now answer the question. Why is it paid
Attorney
with
Burr,
tax dollars?
Please don't answer
I'm
that.
not going to respond.
Thank you. Okay.
I'll respond at the end of the meeting, and
Please
she
do.
will get her answer then.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're bold. You just demonstrated it.
Next guest, please.
Thank you for affirming that for me.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Ani Oakley, literally
Good
lifelong
evening.
resident of Montclair. And also throughout my time in Montclair, I was very involved in things like Black Lives Matter. And one of the things that stands out to me a lot during that era is that certain groups in the media actually had more favor. Those groups were white people. As black and brown people were gunned down nearly, it felt like daily, only the narratives of white people were covered. Over the past several years, we've seen the Me Too movement, and we've seen how certain groups in the media are favored. Those groups are men. And I could go on and on and on, but I also suppose that if somebody wanted to, they could look into a statement and find a problem. But doing that and then sending an email complaint, some of those complaints that are in that vein, just looking for something wrong, should go to the spam folder or the trash, because they are not the best use of this town council's time. So, I want to take some time to talk about what might be in the best use of this town council's time. Tonight, we've heard a lot of people talk about the raising of the African American flag. Well, that's interesting, because there's a flag right now that literally disgusts me every time I drive past it on Bloomfield Avenue. And that's the flag of Israel. Israel, for those of you who are unfamiliar, right now is an apartheid state, committing a genocide against people who look more like me than some of the people in this crowd complaining a lot about nothing. And as a black woman, something that is deeply offensive to me are things like Jim Crow, the legacy of apartheid. When I see that flag flown over Bloomfield Avenue, I see the Confederate flag. That's how it makes me feel. So let's stop talking about nonsense. Let's stop giving our time to emails that should be in the spam or the trash, and let's talk about why that flag is allowed to fly for a nation that literally had a hearing like this about whether it's okay to rape Palestinians. Let's be for real, people. Let's do things that matter. You all matter. You have important jobs. You have power. Act like it. Let's do something about that flag that symbolizes hate, genocide, rape, and racism. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please. Next guest, please.
Okay. I'm Ariel Eckstedt, Montclair resident, and it's hard to get up here and talk about town issues because it's hard not to feel the generational pain and anger and trauma in the room right now. So just want to acknowledge that for all people, not one group of people, but all people. Anyway, I actually was forwarded something by another resident in town that really spoke to me, that instead of writing something, I just want to go ahead and read what she wrote. This is from a resident named Ellen Campbell, and she said, I think what the animal shelter has brought home is Montclair residents care about kitchen table issues. They want good, honest government, a non-kill animal shelter that cares about both our community and other communities. They want their problems listened to and taken care of, like banging poles at Woodman Field. They are tired and exhausted from this constant development. They have a problem with the traffic and traffic safety. They want to ride their bikes safely. There are environmental concerns, such as with turf, the runoff from it, and how contaminated is the underlying soil. They don't want political games to be playing out at 205 with retribution against employees, firing employees, sending rice letters, lawsuits. This is all political nonsense and extremely harmful for the employees involved, unbelievably expensive for us residents and needs to stop. We have a town manager that has zero experience running a municipality. He was not hired through a search. We absolutely need a new town manager that has experience in the field and one with a different mindset away from lawsuits, retribution, development, and one that is willing to roll up his sleeves or her sleeves and deal with what I am calling kitchen table issues. Honestly, how hard is it to get the banging poles fixed? It is up to the town council to get this done, so they need to focus on these kitchen table issues. And why do we need to beg them to do this? And I just want to add that, you know, it took a year. Someone was killed 2 blocks from me at Park and Bellevue. It took over a year to get the traffic signals changed. And we have, instead of fast tracking that, where a citizen was killed, we're fast tracking netting for bird poop. It just doesn't make sense. There's just so much that just feels like it doesn't make sense, and we residents just want it to. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Good evening, Joan Pransky, 11 Stevens Street.
Good
I recently
evening.
had an email exchange with Councilor Laughlin about transparency in government, and she wrote to me, I do believe in and support the value of closed council subcommittee meetings. Closed subcommittee meetings allow 3 councilors to do the nitty-gritty work on issues on behalf of the full council, have debates considering sensitive information, engage in thoughtful deliberation amongst themselves, listen to selected invitees when needed, and have honest and open discussions amongst themselves that ultimately best serve residents. After doing this work, the subcommittees present their findings, recommendations to the full council for council discussion at public meetings where residents too can voice their views. So at the heel of the hunt, it is an efficient and honest process. And I replied, the nitty-gritty work on issues, debates, deliberations, honest and open discussion is exactly what should happen in public. It is what transparency in government is about. That it may occur in meetings limited to 3 council members, avoiding the Open Public Meeting Act, does not substantively change its public value. In fact, councilors regularly share privately after these meetings with each other and know each other's views and know if 4 people support what they're doing. You suggest a subsequent public airing at council meetings where residents can voice their views, but consider what really happens. Public comment occurs before council members discuss and deliberate. Council members, having already communicated amongst themselves, often minimally discuss and deliberate at public meetings. As a result, residents and council members do not truly engage with each other publicly in the process of democracy. It is the public part that is the essential ingredient. It takes more time and effort for sure, but this is the real work of open, transparent government. I am urging you to vote against the resolution you have on your agenda to have your committee meetings confidentially and in private. If you do that, you are always going to get this kind of rage because you really don't engage publicly with people. You engage privately with each other, and we come to the mic and scream about what is going on. You all ran on transparency. Do it. Just do it. Have your discussions publicly with us. Don't just sit us down. You have experts that get up at this mic and share incredible information with you. And you sit there because you've all talked to each other and you know what you're doing. When are you just going to engage with your community and find out what is really good for all of us?
Thank you. Next guest, please. Is there another? Okay. Thank you all for coming. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to reconvene with the approval of the minutes. Oh, I'm sorry, Manager LaPola.
Thank you, Mayor. And since there are days when I truly hate my job, but I'm going to address 2 topics here. The first one I want to address is the animal shelter. When I got here 15 months ago, a few months later, there was problems with the animal shelter. We went to correct them. We increased the salaries for the kennel attendants. We had a lot of turnover. We converted a position to a more bookkeeping position because of record-keeping issues. Okay, when I talk about getting back to core issues, okay, what I'm talking about is, and I'm not talking about specific personnel, there were many problems there. You cannot operate a private rescue out of the animal shelter because it's paid for by taxpayers. When the director of health visits and there's literally no one there and the doors are open, that is not acceptable. When you go into a room and all of the drugs are all over the place and not under lock and key, which has been the standard probably for the last 100 years, that is not acceptable. So when I say get back to the core values, this is not, and I know I'm attacked, because if you try to make it efficient and run the way it's supposed to run, I'm against puppies and kittens. That's not the case. I love my dog. But the fact of the matter is, just because it makes people feel good, it's not held to a different standard than everyone else. And when I talk about the issue of this program of taking animals in, first of all, with all due respect, on the issue of taking the dogs from Newark and East Orange, it was the employees there who said they didn't want to do that because basically they were all pit bulls and nobody adopts pit bulls. Okay? First thing. Second thing is, we spend more money on this animal shelter than we do on senior citizens and the on-house combined. We spend almost as much on the animal shelter as we spend on all of our recreation programs for the kids in this town. So if I want to make sure that this money is spent well, I think I have that obligation not only to the people here, but to the taxpayers of this town. And the notion that we're going to have, and it's fine if that's the case, bringing animals from all over the country to be adopted from people from all over the state, and that's to be subsidized because it's not paid for by the Friends of. The Friends of pay a portion, but the fact of the matter is the taxpayers pay for all the staff there who are taking care of these animals. They pay for the transportation there and maybe the fee, but there are plenty of other costs. So we're going to spend all this money, and I love a feel-good story. I like to watch the Hallmark Channel, but let's be realistic here. This money should be spent well. It's up to the people here, not me, about whether or not we're going to spend well over $750,000 for a facility whose basic fundamental purpose is to take dogs from the South and place them with the people they place with are probably 90 or 95% from outside of Montclair. That's their decision. But in the meantime, I'm going to make sure that that facility is run properly. This isn't about my values. This is about the values you take when you manage a town with limited resources. We're faced with a difficult situation this year. These people who ran for office and got elected because we're dealing with increased healthcare costs, pension costs. We're dealing with collective bargaining agreements. Collective bargaining agreements that were negotiated years before that basically said, okay, 5 years from now, 7 years from now, let's pay them 3.5%, knowing the cap law is 2%. What do we care? That's what happened. So we're dealing with all of these issues. So I'm not going to apologize if I look at the animal shelter and say we're not going to waste money. And I'm not going to apologize if I look there, because the same people who attacked me would be here if a bunch of high school kids walked in when there was nobody in the office, walked into that drug room, saw something, because I remember when I was a kid, they used to talk about Quaaludes as a horse tranquilizer. So there's drugs there that could be lethal or fatal, whatever word you want to use, and the kids get a handle on it. It's because, well, you know, where were you? Why was it like that? I want to make sure that never happens. Odds are it wouldn't happen, but I'm going to make sure that the circumstances that would allow that to happen are not going to. So you can all attack me about my values and this whole episode about this whole facility started by somebody who made something up, lied, and then had this feeding frenzy about we're going to close the facility and everything else, which was never on the table, okay? So I just want to state for the record why I did what I did. Because this isn't with all due respect, the puppies and kittens offense doesn't work. It's got to be run professionally. These things cannot happen. They cannot happen again. And until we fix that, and we did let these other animals come in, and I know there are 8 animals and there's 2 left.
Thank you very much, Manager.
No, I'm not finished.
Okay, well, do you have much more? Are you going to go to another topic, or what are we doing?
About the
Okay,
chaplain's
then,
program.
no, okay.
All right?
You can take that if you're going to another topic.
going to
And
the
then
other
I'm going to let each one of the council people and
Right.
Attorney, you may have some things that you wish to say. Have some time to.
And
Mayor, I'm going to wait to make my comments at the end of the
right,
meeting.
okay.
So we can get through the meeting.
Okay.
I want to talk about the
we
chaplain's
may-
program because it was my decision to end the chaplain's program. This started a couple of months ago, as we're all aware. When it happened, when the posts, and this is going to go to the first comment by the imam back in, I think it was September, when he came to the microphone about the media. When the post, we became aware of the post, the police department became aware. They followed the Attorney General's protocol. They went to the prosecutor. They went to the Attorney General. They filed a bias report. They did everything that you are required to do under the law in the state of New Jersey. Sometimes that's arduous, sometimes it takes time. In the meantime, what the chief did, and the deputy chief and Lieutenant Williams, is they went to the other chaplains, including the rabbis, and said, here's the situation. And to a person, all of them said, do not fire the imam. All of them, with all due respect to the rabbi was here, their position was, do not. While at the same time, we have half the room yelling at us, yelling, you should fire the imam. But we're trying to figure out a way to solve this issue. We then get to the next meeting, and there are speakers defending, and, you know, it was, as we're trying to get to a settlement, and there were comments made, not by people here tonight, but comments made by others that many people in the African-American community found offensive. You know, you listen tonight, there's this, I don't even know if the term's false equivalency, but this notion that you can match something that offends you by figuring out what offends another group. What's the equivalent of this or Emmett Till or whatever it is? You can't do that, because the minute you do that, you're insulting people even more. So let me finish talking. We get to the ordinance, okay, the ordinance that gives that power to me, okay? I disagree, and I find offensive, and I think some of the things that the imam posted were anti-Semitic, okay? But as we worked with these groups trying to find a solution, okay?
Transparency. He's giving you transparency.
Yeah, well, I don't expect fairness there, so don't worry about it. But, so what happens is, you heard all the diverse opinions tonight. So who's going to decide, and I'm not talking about the imam's comments and everything else, because that's all public. In the future, whoever, and my days are numbered here, and not soon enough, but who's going to decide what is offensive to what group? In this room, there are 20 different opinions tonight. So you want the manager to decide. We had protests, and I would drive up Fullerton to go home to get to Bloomfield Avenue. We would have the Israeli side on one and the pro-Palestinian on the other. Lots of those signs somebody may find offensive, okay? I may have found them offensive. So if a chaplain is standing next to somebody with an offensive sign and they didn't condemn it, should they be removed? How do you decide what is crossing that line? So I decided the way the system is set up.
And I know, so what?
Can I finish, please?
I don't know.
I'm trying.
Okay,
I'm
well.
All right, sorry. But, so I said the program now is not working because no manager can make that decision. You heard all these opinions. And what happens when a priest says, join me at an anti-abortion rally at a clinic in town? Or someone else posts something because one of the religious tenets says, we oppose gay marriage. There's a whole bunch of other things. I'm not lessening the debate that was tonight. I am just saying that all of these issues, okay, are very difficult. And there's no manager, I don't care how much you pay them or what experience they have, and I've been doing this over 40 years, who has the ability to make those decisions on behalf of a community that has more opinions than they have chaplains. So I did it. I take responsibility for it. I did in consultation with the police department, and trust me, the last thing I wanted to do was end the program. But I did not see a way, the way it's currently working and constituted, that we can move forward without this issue happening. And maybe when things get calm again, it won't happen. But from now until then, it would be a complaint a week when people are going through all the chaplains' social media. This is something the notion that a government employee is going to monitor the social media of clergy, of religious people, to decide if they're offending a standard that is not defined, no manager can do that. So that's what I did. I am very comfortable with my decision. It wasn't easy, but that's what I did, why I did what I did. So you can have your opinions and you can laugh, people can mock, I don't care. But somebody has to make those decisions, and that's what I'm paid to do, and I did. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break and then we'll reconvene.
Got to make a motion.
Yes, motion.
Second.
Any objections to taking a 5-minute break? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay. Approval of minutes at 11 o'clock. We're going to start, hey, Di, we're going to start at 11 o'clock with the approval of minutes. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go to the approval of minutes. They've been presented to the council, the minutes of the November 23rd, 24, November 26th, 24, December 3, 24, and October 8, 24? Wow. October 29, November 26th, and December 3rd meetings. Are there any corrections or additions? Motion to adopt?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, moving right along. We're going to move to the consent agenda. No, I'm sorry, pending ordinances. Counselor D'Amato, please do pending ordinance A.
It's a pleasure.
Thank
Pending
you.
ordinance O-24-35, ordinance to amend Chapter 202 Land Use Procedures and to amend Chapter 347 zoning of the Code of the Township of Montclair, New Jersey to regulate small cell wireless facilities within the Township Right-of-Way, and I so move.
Second. Any discussion?
Yes.
Public hearing.
I just wanted to see if we can make sure that we incorporate what Mr. Harrison suggested we get. Is there a way to include that in this? He said that we should try and get a written agreement from the county that states the township has say on rights of way. Is there any way to add a sentence
Okay.
to this?
Just give me one
Sure.
moment, I'm sorry. I'm going to open the public hearing, and without any objection, is there anyone present who wishes to be heard in relation to the proposed ordinance? Without objection, anyone? Oh. Yes.
Sorry. Suzanne Atman, Montclair resident. Just want to thank you for this ordinance. I do believe this is probably the strongest, or one of the strongest, regarding small cell wireless in New Jersey, and will really protect the Montclair community. So thank you for your hard work, especially Councilor Lockman and Ms. Talley and Mr. Burr for being so open to working so hard on this and to speaking to outside experts. It's excellent news, so thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
If
No.
I may, can I just thank Susan Appman? She was excellent working on this with the group, the small group, and,
Okay.
thank you, Suzanne.
All right, Counselor Toller, I'm sorry, you were saying something? I apologize.
No,
I
that's
should have read
okay.
that first.
I just wanted to ensure that we try and include the language that Mr. Bill Harrison suggested as part of the ordinance, where we should include language to obtain a written agreement from the county that states the township has a say on rights of way. Are we able to include that language, or does anyone want to discuss that language to be included?
Mr. Burr, I understand that you...
Counselor Lockman?
Mr. Burr, I understand that you would talk to the county about this ordinance, and that, yes. And also, I believe, Janice, there was some language that was added here that referenced the county rights of way that addressed this issue as well. That's not in, it's not in the...
Right, we took the language straight from the state statute
Yes.
Right.
that involves the role of the township on county rights of way,
Yes,
so that's in
yeah.
there.
So I think it is addressed in there, and you don't have that language because, unfortunately, the most recent ordinance with that change was not given to the council.
Okay, so you're saying it will be in there?
It will
for
be
the
in
final.
there, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Wait, so how are we voting on
Point
it?
of clarification
What?
here.
Yeah.
Counselor Lochman, are you making a motion to amend the pending ordinance? Because this would be the time to do it during the hearing.
Yeah, would that be, Janice, what we should do now? Add that, you have the language, I don't have it in front of me.
I have it.
Okay.
I'm here to help you.
Oh, okay,
So
yeah.
would you like to make a motion
Yes,
to
I'd like to make
incorporate
a
amendments?
motion to amend the ordinance with there are 3 changes, I believe. The one changing the years from 25 to 15, that the agreement will be in place. The other thing is, oh, you have it. Okay, the other, do I have to say all of this, or just the
If you'd
reference?
like, Counselor Lockman, you can reference the 3 pages. I think it's page 5, 15, and 17, and it's red line.
Yes, okay. Okay, I make a motion to pass this ordinance.
Can you
As-
pass it on so we can?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thanks.
To amend this ordinance with the changes noted in red on pages 7, pages 5, and pages, I believe it was 15. There's a minor typo, 15, 7, and 17.
I'll
Do I
second.
have a second?
I second it.
We have a second. All in favor?
I didn't get a chance to read
Oh, sorry.
the pages.
Oh,
You said they're on page 7, and what else?
They're on pages. Pages 7.
On page
15 typo, yeah. And 17.
And the rest, they were just taken out.
Hmm?
The rest
The
was
rest is
just taken out.
deletion, yeah.
Okay. Does everyone understand what the amendment is, or is there discussion? Counselor Toller?
I'm just confirming.
Okay. Attorney Burr? Did you have, Attorney Burr, would you share with all of us so that we'll all understand what the discussion is on that end, please?
The question was about the comment that Bill Harrison made when he was at the podium about the change to the ordinance. And on page 7, there is a section that addresses what his concerns were. And Councilwoman Toller and I were just discussing whether that was sufficient. And in my opinion, that is. That
But
language is sufficient.
May I?
Yes, Counselor Toller?
Because it does speak to the majority of what Mr. Harrison stated, but it doesn't say anything about obtaining a written agreement. So does that cover this? Because if it doesn't say obtain a written agreement, I'm just asking. I mean, Mr. Harrison stated that's what we should include in it, but this on our page 7 doesn't say. I'm just asking.
Well, I think, and again, my opinion is that this language covers what his concerns were. So, even though it's not specific as he was, it does address his concerns.
Okay.
Counselor Lockman, did you wish to say anything else?
No, I just wish that we would just vote on it.
Well, we can't vote on something
have
that
to
we
have a
don't have, and
discussion first.
apparently we
Okay.
didn't have it, so it's not like a rush through, just because, you might have known it. This is the first time I'm seeing
I know,
this.
but-
Okay.
The attorney just told you that the issue has been addressed.
But my question is, so at the last meeting, when we were, the first reading, we changed things like from 25 to 15 years. Like, we did that publicly. What, this change that we're making now regarding the county, I mean, is it a substantive change that requires us to? 'Cause-
No, I don't believe it's a
Okay.
substantive change.
Okay.
Mayor, I'm a little confused. So I'm looking at my notes from
Yes.
Mr. Harrison's
Deputy
comment.
Mayor Shin Anderson.
Thank you. So I'm just looking at my notes from Mr. Harrison's comment, and I'm just reading what I wrote. He said to make sure we get a written agreement with the county regarding county rights-of-way. And I'm just wondering if on page 17, subparagraph C, that language seems to say that we have to, there has to be a right-of-way agreement with the township or county. So I'm not really sure that we actually need to amend any portion of this ordinance. I think it just has to be, enforced that we absolutely get an agreement with the county. That's my reading of it.
So you're saying that we don't have to put the part that's on page 7 that was not the one that we were presented with? We were presented with a different,
Did Mr. Harrison see
What?
this one with the revisions? I'm just curious because I don't know why he would stand up and mention that if he saw this Or did he look at the old one? I'm just asking a question.
And I thought the amendment was from the one that we were presented, which is this, which is not that. This one we were just presented for the first time now. So there was an amendment made from the one that we were given to include this one, all of this.
My only point is that the section that I'm talking about on page 17, where it says that an agreement, a right-of-way use agreement with the township or county is always required, that is not a new, that's not new language. That was in the language that we had already reviewed the last
Okay, I
time.
understand what you're saying. I get it now, because page 5 is very different. It talks about right-of-way and that rights-of-way, and that's what Mr. Harrison was referring to. So it's on page 7. He talked about public right-of-ways, and we need to obtain a written statement. So I understand what you're saying now. Thank you.
So there's been a motion for an amendment. There's been a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yes.
Counselor Lockman,
Yes.
Counselor Toller,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Councilor Birmingham, would you please do pending ordinance 024-36?
I'm sorry, Mayor. Before we move on to the pending ordinance, the amendments have been adopted. Now, do you want to vote on the amended ordinance? Do you want to adopt the amended ordinance?
Okay, yes, we would like to do that. Thank you. Anybody wish to?
Can I make a motion about that?
Yeah.
So I'd like to adopt the amended ordinance for the small cell wireless.
Okay,
I'll second.
thank you.
Discussion?
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yes.
Counselor Lockman,
Yes.
Counselor Toller,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes.
Okay.
Councilor Birmingham, please.
Pending ordinance O-24-36, an ordinance to prohibit the distribution of plastic single-use food service items and non-plastic single-use food service items for takeout or delivery orders unless requested by a customer in the Township of Montclair. And I so move.
Second.
Anyone in the audience that wish to be heard on this pending ordinance, please come forward.
Hi. Suzanne Atman. I'm here on this ordinance as Chair of the Montclair Environmental Commission. On behalf of the commission, I want to thank you for considering passage of Skip the Stuff. I also want to thank Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Councilor Birmingham for your hard work, collaboration, and leadership on this effort and getting this to an even better place. Plus, it was fun working with you. Along those lines, this really has been a collaborative effort, including Erin Bullen and Judy Myers, who brought this great idea to their town to begin with. Amy Monaco and her team, including Vanessa, who designed the survey, and Michael, who I don't know, who came in early to get the survey out. Lisa Johnson, of course. More recently with Abhishaki Shah from the Montclair Bid and Daniel White from the Economic Development Office, who are excited to get the word out and support businesses. And of course, to our wonderful food service businesses in Montclair who will make this happen. Some are already skipping the stuff and incorporating eco-friendly practices, and others are eager to jump in. So we look forward to working with you on the next stage of this and providing education and support for this transition. And just a side note, I just want to do a quick shout out and thank you to Demetria Edwards and Tony Fan, who have been an amazing help to us organizing meetings, especially ones that require Zoom meetings. Demetria is always on top of things and eager to help out. And Tony came and stayed for like an hour when he didn't have to, helping us with technology and making sure things function properly. So thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Anyone else, please?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. I'm John Weber. I live in Bradley Beach, New Jersey, so not from Montclair. I work for Oceana, which is the world's largest nonprofit group that is dedicated to the to ocean protection. And I just want to encourage you to pass this, skip this stuff. I'm glad somebody came before me and thanked all the local people that have helped get this to where it is right now. Love to also thank the deputy mayor for bringing it further, and then all of you for voting it after the last meeting. In the state of New Jersey, there's a bunch of towns that have already done this. I think you will be the 17th. There is an effort on the state level. We're working on that. I'm part of a large coalition of groups, Clean Water Action, New Jersey Environmental Justice Alliance, Clean Ocean Action, Sierra Club, Environment New Jersey. There's many, many more. And so I'll just give you the big picture on skip this stuff. First, as you know, this is about, anybody can get all this stuff. They just have to ask for it. It's really simple. When you order takeout, you shouldn't get every condiment known to man and, utensils and everything, especially if you're bringing it home, which is what we're doing these days. We're bringing it home. From Oceana's perspective, we're a worldwide group. There are 33 billion, that's billion with a B, pounds of plastic that enter the oceans every year. It's a yearly statistic, but that's about 2 garbage trucks worth of plastic entering the ocean every minute. And if I measured that against this council meeting, it would be a lot of plastic. So that's what I know you're just taking a blow at that, and we're not going to solve the whole plastic problem, but this is a great step. Other towns should do this. I know there's a provision that you talked about the last meeting regarding where your garbage goes. It does go to an incinerator in Newark. I understand that you had that discussion. I will just say it was great that it even was recognized in the first draft of this. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
You're a unique town. I must say I go to a lot of town council meetings. I don't know of any other town where everybody claps after everybody speaks. So it's unique in a great way. You got a lot of things going on. And so I kind of feel maybe this is one thing that everybody can agree on. Everybody up here can agree on, and everybody back here can agree on. And you can deal with all those other things that certainly need your attention. So appreciate what you're doing, and thank you for this, and happy to add you to the next list of
Thank you
towns.
very much. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Jessica Stolzberg. I debated whether I should say this, but I'm going to go ahead, but I'm going to attach an apology to it because I know this should be very celebratory, but I just thought it was an opportunity to remind you guys of something, which is this is amazing. Thank you so much for all the hard work that went into passing it. It's, as I said to you a couple months ago, this is low-hanging fruit. This is a win for restaurants. It's a win for the waste stream in the right way, et cetera. This greeted you guys when you joined, when you got up on the dais in July. So the fact that this passed in December, I just want to point out that something this simple, taking that many months to pass for something that was to say, we know how that when you really look at what it is, it's a very easy, accessible win-win situation. And I just would like to encourage you to think about, can we move things that are easy faster? Because it really does matter. The last many months are many, many, many items of plastic that did go into the garbage that didn't have to, that are being burned in an incinerator in someone else's backyard. So these are all things that I just want to encourage us all to be thinking about. Let's be more efficient. For another thing to bring up is that you've had that many, many requests for a shade tree commission. And that is also still sitting, hanging in the balance. So important. Trees are being cut down. There isn't monitoring. It's just not effectively being handled. And people are basically begging for a shade tree commission. Why hasn't it happened? Can we please come together and move these really important issues of our time that are easy to do faster? And I just think it would be a win for this entire community each and every time. Thank you very much.
Anyone else wish to be heard, please, on the Ordinance 0-24-36?
Erin Bullen, Champlain Terrace. I just want to say again, really quickly, I'm very glad this is going through. This is a fantastic ordinance. However long it may have taken, it will make such a huge difference. And if you think about just holding in your hands from one bag of tacos or Chinese takeout, what that is, and this guy was Oceano talking about garbage trucks full of plastic, and just it's real, it's really happening, and this is a great step to stop it. And thank you all for following through and getting it across the line. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any discussion?
Yes, Mayor,
Deputy Mayor
I would like-
Sushan Anderson?
I would like to make a motion to make a couple of small amendments to this ordinance, please, mainly to clear up some confusion about the effective date. Is there a question? Okay, so the first proposed amendment is in section 134-21, under distribution and/or use. So my proposal is to strike the language that, that says effective March 1st, 2025. And then the second, Madam Clerk, are you okay, ready for the second one? Section 134-25. I'd like to have it read, instead of when effective, just effective date for the heading. And then the language to be, this ordinance shall come into full force and effect beginning March 1st, 2025. And just to clarify as to, just in case there are any questions regarding the March date, we did put a lot of thought into it, and it is in line with ordinances of, for example, Hoboken. It's to just provide time, just a couple of months to execute the education plan and allow time for the restaurant owners and businesses to amend their online platforms, their menus, and just prepare for being able to fully comply with it and also educate the public. And we're really looking forward to, sharing this news with the public and the restaurant owners. And I know maybe it seems like a small thing, but I do think that it's going to have a big effect. And as Ms. Appman said, there are a number of restaurants that are already doing this. So I want to just thank everybody for supporting.
Somebody second that? Did somebody second your motion?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why we have to strike the first March 1st, because it's just redundant, but I mean, it's fine.
I just think that it's a little confusing. So,
That's fine.
yeah.
So then I second. Again, the March 1st was always the intended date, and it is
Yeah.
just clarifying that is what it is. And again, as Deputy Mayor said, this is the holiday season, this is the busiest time of year for the restaurants, so we are not imposing a new ordinance immediately. We will have a whole rollout plan that, as Suzanne described, restaurants will get a toolkit, they will get information, and we will do public education as well.
Any further discussion?
Mayor, I have a question for Mr. Burr. Section 134-25, is that statutory language? Because to the best of my knowledge, that's standard statutory language, so if we're going to make an amendment, I just would like to clear it through the Township Attorney.
Yeah, because that was my question, was we have March 1st as the date embedded in the ordinance, and then the section 134-25 is basically saying it is effective as of today, that as of March 1st, 2025, you have to stop. So that is, I guess, the legal, in terms of the legalese, what we need to, what do we need to do?
Well, I agree. Well, the clerk raises an important question. She's right. I wouldn't change the when effective to start on March 1st, 2025 and 134-25, because that's when, once you pass this, then it's the 20-day, goes through a 20-day wait period. It would violate the law to do it, to push to extend that date out. So once this becomes effective, its start date, when this stop the stuff starts, will be March 1st, 2025, if you leave it in 135-21.
So,
And I do understand your point, Deputy Mayor, but
so your recommendation is to leave everything as
yes,
is?
yeah.
So it is just going to be effective March
Yeah.
1st? Okay.
Okay.
If that's the understanding, I'm going to withdraw my motion to amend.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on the pending ordinance 024-36? No.
Roll call.
Deputy
Roll
Mayor
call.
Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Okay. Counselor Lockman, pending ordinance 024-37?
Pending ordinance 0-2437 is an ordinance to amend section 327, Vehicles and Traffic, of the Code of the Township of Montclair, New Jersey. Multiway stops at Lincoln and Irving Streets and Walnut and Forest Street. Yep. I so move.
Second? Is there anyone here that wishes to be heard on pending ordinance 024-37? Please come. Council, anyone that wishes to make comments?
I do. I just have a
Yes,
question.
Counselor Toller?
Thank you. Do we know how soon these will be installed? And my second question, which is not related to this ordinance, I'm following up on the status of the stop signs at Hilltop, but you were supposed to email me at the last meeting. Maybe Ms. Talley's here?
When will they be installed?
Installation of stop signs.
On Hilltop.
No, this is,
said
no, Hilltop is
Hilltop.
something separate. This is for item C,
that's
Lincoln and
on Lincoln
Irving and
and
Walnut and Forest Street.
Walnut.
I'm just curious on the time frame for installation.
Would you like to get back to Counselor Toller?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
They might have to confirm.
Anyone else have any discussion on this, council members? No? Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. We're going to move on to the consent agenda. Consent items 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Did we remove 14?
Yes.
And 15.
Mayor?
Manager, would you like to
I just,
give us a,
on a point of clarification on 13 and 13A, originally it was for 2 ports that would take up 4 spots, and then there were discussions about limiting it to taking 2 spots. So it wasn't a decision that was made by the entire council. So either you can adopt 13A, one is, would take up 4 spots and have 2 charging stations, 1 for each spot, and the other would just be 1 and have 2 spots, parking spots taken away. So I put those on there because there was no other time to communicate to you after the last meeting what you all wanted to do. So whichever you decide to do, you can disregard the other.
okay. Yes, Counselor Lockman?
There was also an item 16 added to the consent agenda, which concerned the resolution establishing rules and procedures for the conduct of council committees.
No, that's number 33.
That's number 33?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem.
I missed it, yeah.
So,
So, just to be clear,
Okay.
Mayor?
So we're going to, the consent agenda items. Can we do a roll call unless somebody wants to discuss them? Because we already have those in there and took the ones out we wanted to, right?
If I
Can we
understood
fix-
the manager, are we pulling 13 and 13A so
I
that you
think-
can discuss it?
Yes.
Okay, so then the consent agenda would be 1 through 12, except for number 4,
Okay.
Yeah.
and number 15.
Yes.
Madam
Yes?
Clerk?
Yes, okay, yes. I need a move in a second.
I so move to,
Okay. Deputy Mayor Anderson?
yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller? Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to go to the Resolution R-24-281. And I had a concern about this because one of the groups, the Northeast Earth Coalition, inadvertently put the wrong date on. They put in an application and they thought that they were applying for the 2025 year and made a mistake. It was clear that they wished to be considered and they were not notified to come to the hearing, and they asked if we would please give them consideration. There were some other groups and another group in particular that was not here. And since I happen to have had their telephone number in my cell phone, I called them and I said, hey, you got to come down. So the purpose of taking these federal dollars that we're getting is really to try to help Montclair help itself. And this money comes so that all of these nonprofits that are helping make Montclair better can have some resources to continue to do so. And I just wanted that individual to have an opportunity for council members to vote in or vote out whether they agreed that the person should have an opportunity. What happened was that 7 council members did not respond, only 5 council members responded. 3 of those that responded said, yes, let the Northeast Earth Coalition, who does so much for our township, be considered, and 2 said no. And so because the entire council did not opine on this, our planner Tally did not put them on here, and so at this point in time, I'm trying to get the general consideration. If the council thinks that it would be fine to let Northeast Earth Coalition be considered. And if so, if Planner Tally has any more blanks that we can fill out before we leave tonight, that shouldn't be a huge thing. I understand that this has to be done by December, what, 1st? December 31st?
The 30th.
Yeah.
I believe. Yes.
And so I think that there's a way that we can do this. If there's a will, there's a way. We heard from Jose German earlier today about the things that he's doing. We all had an opportunity to read the things that he's doing, and probably everybody in this room is very familiar with the things that he does to help us in the community. And so that's why I pulled this. So I would like to make a motion that we allow the application for the Northeast Earth Coalition be considered for receiving community development block grant resources.
May I?
Councilor Toller.
Yes, thank you. I'll second your motion, but I just want to have a conversation because I don't know if there's ample time. Are you suggesting that we do voting again tonight and then this resolution would have to be reissued tonight or make an amendment to it? Because I don't know how we can add it in. Another suggestion, and maybe the plan, Ms. Tally can help me understand this. When EDC, we talked about Jose's, Mr. German's email coming in, and I was one of the ones that thought, yes, we should. When EDC met, we decided, because of the time frame when this needs to be turned in, that we would invite him in to our next meeting and see what other funding we could find for him to help him with the project. So do you feel that that would be sufficient, or would you like us to go through these motions again
Well, I'm not, that's a good question, Counselor Toller. So, and I don't know if we can do this. So simply, there's a blank piece of paper, and it has all the names of the people on it that we wish to consider, right? And we ranked them. We gave a ranking system.
Right.
And so we can get that blank piece of paper again and add to the bottom of that Northeast Earth Coalition and re-rank and have the numbers so that we know where that person falls, and based on that, there's resources that, would be allocated. Generally, we get the paper anyway. Did we get the paper that demonstrated where those numbers fell?
It's on this resolution.
So, so I'm just suggesting now that we include them and do that. That way he could be included. We haven't had the discussions with the county yet. We have to go up there and do them. He could be included now, and we don't have to go and try to find other money because we can use some of this money that we have. Yes?
Just to clarify, these rankings that we give are just indicative of the sense of the council, and they don't bind in any way.
They don't, basically, it gives a sense of your priority to the
Okay.
county
Right.
when they are allocating funds.
And it's a fixed pool of money, so it's not
Right.
like there's any more money. Like if we do this, we're taking from whomever we ranked earlier.
But he would be included in, right.
And
He would be included in
He's
that.
magic, yeah, like,
Yeah.
I'm certainly sympathetic. But just how do we do it?
It's clearly your choice. Number one, he's already submitted an application to the county because the county has a separate pot of money that they make available. My suggestion is if you want to include them, the easiest way is I would just add it as number 10 on
Right.
here, rather than having to do the ranking all over again.
Okay.
Because it would still be considered by the county if you put it on your resolution. I would also suggest, I did not put Oaks Integrated Care on here because they did not show up at the public hearing, even though they submitted an application. So I would just suggest, in order to be as fair as possible, if you want to put Northeast Earth Coalition on here, that you also consider putting Oaks Integrated Care.
And I would be in favor of that, and I could change my amendment. The only reason I didn't do it is because when you and I spoke, you said that they hadn't reached out at all. They hadn't responded or anything, but if we know for a fact that they're still interested,
They're
then
still interested,
certainly I would be
yes.
very happy to, in my amendment, include both of those in there.
So it's certainly, it's your decision how you want to handle this. At the end of the day, the county takes what is provided by the township and just uses it to help allocate funding.
Absolutely. No, I've been working at this for, 12 years or longer, so
Yeah.
I'm very familiar with that, and, appreciate you helping me to navigate that.
So we'll add number 10 as Northeast, and number 11 is Greater Oaks to include it on this, if we vote on it. When we vote on it.
Yeah.
How much were they for?
Northeast asked for $15,000 and Oaks, let me see, asked for $14,500.
Just refresh my memory, Greater Oaks, what kind of work do they do again?
It's mental health.
It's CORE.
Okay.
COPE.
It's, it used to be called
It's a
COPE.
COPE organization. Remember them? They're down Bloomfield Avenue. They just changed their name.
Yeah.
Janet, can I just ask you, how often does it happen that everyone who applies doesn't get money?
They all get.
Or do they all typically get some money?
If they all meet the application requirements, because the county goes through the application to determine if it's structured so that they can actually pay what's being asked for, if they have a means of documenting the low and moderate income people that are being served. So what happens is, after you do your priority list, in the fall, in the winter, January, February, we meet with the county, with each of the recipients, or applicants, I should say, and the county gives their comments. Sometimes the county has said, you know what, You're not quite there yet. What you're proposing doesn't meet this criteria or that criteria. You have to make a change, come back next year. That's happened quite a few times. In fact, Sister to Sister applied twice before finally getting funding this past year. So occasionally, and sometimes there are applicants who are non-performing, and the county says you did not perform well, we're not going to fund you. So that has happened as well.
Does the county ever say you asked for 50,000 and we're going to give you 25 or something?
They almost always do that.
Okay. So that's,
Yes.
like, we don't have to do that because the
No,
county.
the county does that.
Okay, thank you.
Janice, I have a question, just one more. And Northeast Earth Coalition obviously does great work in the community. I know them. I was just wondering if you happen to know, because you mentioned that they submitted you know for a fact that they submitted an application to the county?
I was told that they did. I believe it was by the county that they had submitted.
Okay.
I saw, he's texted me a copy of that. And
You
said-
received that, okay.
Yeah, that
Okay.
the county received it, and he showed me where he sent to the township as well.
Okay.
Okay.
And do you happen to know if any of these other ones, the other agencies also applied to for county?
Well, I mean, I know some of they get funding from various other sources. I don't know if Neighborhood Council, because I think it came up in the discussion that they go to the county. I know that Family Promise gets funding from the county, but that's ESG funding. So they get funding from multiple sources, but not necessarily from CDBG.
What's ESG?
Emergency Shelter Grant.
But, Deputy Mayor, that's an excellent question, and I always try to encourage all of them that do a lot of work in the county, just like COPE. They do just as much beyond the walls of Montclair as they do inside of Montclair, and I think we should be encouraging all of them to, seek the resources from the county and from the other municipalities where they are providing services for other people, but oftentimes they don't. But it would only benefit them if they got more resources. Any further discussion?
We're adding them on, is that correct?
We're going to do a roll call
for
vote.
it, okay.
Madam Clerk?
Okay, Mayor, so this is the motion to add Northeast Earth Coalition at 15,000 and Oaks, formerly known as COPE, at 14,000.
14,500.
500?
Greater Oaks,
Okay.
yes.
14,500, thank you. Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes.
Okay. No, now you just have to vote on the
No, we're
amended
just
one.
putting them on.
We're just adding on at the end.
And so we're up to 13 or 13A. We're going to have the discussion? Okay.
Let me get, don't you have to move it or something?
Yes, I
Someone
think
does.
somebody
Which
has
one
to.
are we moving?
I would like to move item, or resolution, I'm sorry, item 13.
Second. Discussion, we're discussing
Yes.
Resolution R-24-290. Counselor Tola?
Yes, thank you. Mr. LaPola, you stated 13 was for 2 spots and 13A was for 4 spots.
Yeah.
I'm just making sure we're.
No, it's the
right?
other way, right?
So 13 is for 4 spots, 13A is for 2 spots. Okay, so I'd like to do 13A. So we have to kind of forget 13.
Okay, so then either we have to withdraw 13, but we're having a discussion, so.
I just have a question, maybe Ms. Johnson can answer possibly. If we did 13A, we are not, obviously, we would have brought in the power for 2 or 4 or more chargers, so we're not tying ourselves.
No.
We're just not outfitting those extra two.
Exactly. We could always expand it later.
Okay, all right, so no big deal. That's important. Okay, thanks.
And because of the grants, it is a little bit more expensive to do the 2 spots, but I don't think it's a big deal. It's only about 4,000.
And question, the
Yep.
placement, because I spoke to a couple of business owners, and where would they be placed? Do we get to say where they go in the lot, or do they suggest where they should go?
Yeah, because where we have to pull the power from off one of the poles, that's appropriate.
Where would that be?
It's like in the
Because-
center of the.
Perfect, that's exactly where the rest
Yeah,
want it.
it's right in the center.
Perfect, like kind of behind the Chinese store area?
Yeah, so, yeah, right in the center.
And if I may one more time. And
Yes,
if we-
thank you.
If we had the spots, 4 spots, and we discovered that they were causing a problem, could we repurpose that dual charger at 205 or something like that
It'd be really expensive.
to move it?
Yeah, because, yeah, it would be. And then you would lose the incentive that you would be getting through one of the grants.
Because that's tied to the spot.
It's, yeah. at that
Tied to
point.
the location at the end of the thing. And if we had, if we're set up to get 4 spots, and I appreciate the constraint here, I do totally appreciate it, we could install it, and if there was a parking Armageddon because of it locally, and I mean, I'm being sensitive to people there, I know it's a real thing, we could just in fact bag the charger, like literally just say, this is not, this is a regular parking space, correct?
I mean, as long as it's not going to cost more than what is allocated here, I don't want to be overspending, you know what I mean? You mentioned
would
this
cost-
grant. I mean, 'cause
yeah.
we're getting grant money, but then I think if what you're talking about, we would have to now use our funds, is that correct?
No.
Well, we do have to use our funds for some of it. So about a third of it, we have to use our funds for, which we have put aside. So again, if we do the 2 dual heads, we save about $4,000. If not, then, if we do the 2, just the way the grant is. But we could also take that grant that's tied to the dual head and put it in another location. So if we wanted to go
But we
ahead
didn't
and.
have another location, and I don't mean in the south end, I mean just in general in town, you didn't find another
We
place
do in
that
parking
had
lots, right?
Yeah, in another
electricity.
parking lot. So, yeah, so when I had taken PSC&G through, we located the Valley Road lot across from the police station, as well as the Bellevue lot in Upper Montclair were also chosen as appropriate sites for chargers based on the appropriate power and then the fact that it's a municipal lot. And it's also in a business district, which is important.
Did
Sorry.
you look in Watchung?
Yep.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Did you look in Watchung?
Yeah, so the one area that could be a possibility, though it would be expensive, is it's like, I don't know how to explain it, but it's across from, like in a lot where there's another car, not a dealership, but they work on cars. It's hard for me to explain, but it would have been about $50,000 for us to do it there after all the rebates. So we could, and I'm happy to bring PSC&G back. But the ones I located were the most cost effective.
Mayor, I have 2 questions. So I'm just comparing the final net cost after rebates and incentive. 13, that has, number 13, that has the two dual port electric vehicles. It looks like the final net cost is actually lower.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
than
what you
the-
said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so,
Yep.
great.
So it's just a matter of whether we wanted to take up 4 spaces
Yeah.
versus 2 spaces, but yeah.
And then can you just say, I believe I reached out to you about the revenue from like public use. Can you say a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so for like Bellevue lot, in the past year, they made about $75,000 or $8,000 just in revenue from the spot. So it will pay for itself in time.
Okay,
And that was just one dual head charger.
thank you.
We're going to take 4 chargers for $300, Alex.
Any further discussion on this? And I'd like to withdraw my second for the 13A. I was thinking that was for the 13. I thought, I'm trying to second for the 2 spots.
So that's 13.
13A. I want to do 13A. Just the 2 spots. I don't want to take 4 spots out of that area, out of that parking
So,
space.
Mayor.
So, yes.
So the only thing that to Councilman D'Amato's point is that what we can do is install the four spots, and we can only use 2 for the time being so that you don't lose 4 spots. And then as demand picks up, then put the other one in use.
So we couldn't use one up at the Bellevue or whatever the other lot is? We couldn't do that? I'm just saying, and thank you, Councilor Williams. I got that, but I was thinking that we could put the other one somewhere else, like in the area that you just identified.
Yeah,
So
so-
why would we put, 4 in one lump sum unless we were really sure that that's what we wanted to do versus 2 there and then 2 in?
Yeah, exactly. Just remember that the grant does expire in May.
Right.
So if we're serious about it, we could definitely put the chargers in another location and then still gain the benefit of the rebates and the incentives.
I'm sorry.
No, you go first.
I thought that you said that it would cost $50,000 to, or maybe that was just Watchung.
That was just Watchung.
Watchung.
So Bellevue was about 42,000, and that's after the rebates because it requires more trenching and more further wires. So longer wires, thicker wires.
So just so we're clear here, the putting in 4 chargers is in the same place in the south end is cheaper than putting in 2 chargers.
Yeah, because of the $10,000 rebate that's attached to the Clean Fleet grant that I received through the BPU.
Okay. And we could do 2 in another spot, but it would be more money because it requires digging. and
More
such.
work, yeah. And then, so at Valley Road, I believe was about 42,000, about 40,000. I don't remember, it was around that though, but I remember South End and Claremont being the cheapest.
Okay. I guess I would just like to see more resources like this go into the 4th ward. So I'm in favor of moving forward, item 13.
I would, if I may, just again say that we could, understanding the constraint that you pinpointed, and I totally understand it and appreciate it, that if we're creative and we install these, we literally just do not need to use them for the time being. We do not need to, force people to
No,
use that.
I agree with that.
And
Yeah,
and
that's
that
fine.
will, I think it's just the flexibility, and I think it's an easier thing, and I do not want to be pulling them up to the
Can't
Bellevue
afford to
Avenue
pull
lot.
them up.
Yeah, I mean, so I think it's a good solution. I'm a little mystified by the math, but that's why we hire people smarter than us.
Can I ask one
Yes.
question
Councilor
about
Birmingham?
that lot? It has a section where it says no parking, but there are parking lines there, like it looked like it used to be.
That's
parking?
Slafer's,
Yeah, the masonry.
Slafer's proper, Slafer masonry spot.
Okay,
There's
so
7 spots
that's
behind
someone else's.
Slafer
Okay,
masonry. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you
You're welcome.
for that.
So, did you want to second that?
I will second 13.
Okay. Any further discussion? Madam Clerk?
This is for Resolution R-24-290, item 13. Yes? Okay. Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller? Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
All right, if Counselor Toller wants it, and that's her ward, then I'll go with the 4. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so where are we now? We're going to move on to Resolution 14. Yours.
Okay. Resolution R-24-291, resolution authorizing the award of contract by qualified purchasing agent, QPA, pursuant to PL 2023, Chapter 30, NJ Election Transparency Act, April 3rd, 2023. I so move.
I thought this one was pulled, because I have it written next to it as pulled, but if you guys don't, then we can talk about it.
It was pulled from consent.
Okay.
It was pulled from the
Gotcha.
consent.
Very good.
Okay, discussion, Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Second.
Who seconded?
Well, did you second it?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Yep. I'm just wondering if my colleagues here, if you guys are interested in putting in what I'm saying a cap in air quotes. I know that we have the power, if you will, to say anything at 20,000, that we get to see it, because right now as it stands, and we're talking about saving money and seeing where the money's going, how much we're paying, this type of resolution allows our purchasing agent to, anything under 44,000, so 43.5, 42.5, we won't get to see any of these contracts or anything that's not a professional service, we won't get to see. And I'm not saying the purchasing agent doesn't have the authority to do that by the state, but if we're looking to see where money's actually going, we do have the power right now to drop this threshold to say 20,000 or 25,000, just to ensure that we're seeing everything that we're spending money on. That would be my recommendation. It's up for discussion.
Mayor? I would agree.
Yes,
I agree with
Councilor
Councilor
D'Amato.
Toller. I agree. I love the number that you just threw out, 25. It's a common sense number.
Yeah.
It's real money. I could
Yeah.
use that money right now. It's a good number.
It is a good number. So again, the law says a QPA can do up to 44. We know that's the law, but as a municipality, as legislators, we have the power of the pen that if we want to drop this down to 25, okay, we can. So anything 25 and $1 or 25 and 25 cents, we now have to see it.
And it's no disrespect to our
No, it's no
excellent
disrespect. None at all.
QPA
None at
or
all.
staff. It is just us doing our job of
Minding
eyeballing
the
stuff
house,
as it goes
minding-
out.
But isn't there two things here? Isn't there
Counselor
a bid?
Birmingham?
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mayor. There's the bid threshold, and then there's the notification. So we can ask to see
It has to be written.
all of it, right? No, that's fine, because I see here, all contracts awarded shall be approved by the township manager, and we
Right.
can add, and anything over 25,000 will
Yes,
be
that would be an item
shown to
number
council.
3.
But in terms of what he can do as a purchasing agent without a formal bidding process, can we keep that at 44,000 is the question, right? Because
Well,
that's,
those are two separate things.
Yes,
It's not here
that's what I'm
tonight. Ms.
saying.
Rao is here to explain better, I think, I hope.
Good evening. 44,000 is the bid threshold. Anything over 44,000, he has to bid it, you can't change.
Right.
And below the 44,000 only, that is the one he's requesting authority for the purchasing agent to issue without any resolution by the governing body under 44,000. That's what this resolution is. But that one is being reduced now to 25,000 instead of 40.
Right.
Just for the record, this is just extending what we're doing this year. So it's not like this is not a new.
Right,
Right,
yeah,
right,
it
we
says that at
understand
the
that.
top, right,
Yeah,
in the
understand that.
paragraph above that, it says that.
May I-
Yes, Counselor Williams.
Just as a practical matter, what does that mean in terms of the workflow?
That's additional resolutions will come to your way. That's the only thing it prevents. I mean, you don't need to do the work and he will do the work.
So, do you have enough, I don't really even know what that would even look like. I'm assuming that it's going to be a lot more. So, do you have the manpower to handle this additional work? Because
That's-
I just want everybody to realize what the ramifications of this is. I mean, we're looking at it as just a number, but somebody actually has to sit down and pump out additional
No.
resolutions.
Right, these are already prefixed
No.
in a computer. if you
Yeah,
will. You're
she
just
doesn't have
typing
to
in.
do anything
It's-
else.
It's not a
All
lot.
right, I just
To
want
make sure we're
to.
not losing money.
You can check, you can check for 1 month, 2 months. If
Yeah.
you are thinking that it's getting too many resolutions your
Yeah.
way, you can change it. She'll
can
be
I-
doing the work.
may I?
Yes, I'm sorry. Counselor Lockman?
Yeah, I just, we're a legislative body. We have a manager, we have his staff who work on this stuff. Why are we getting involved in the nitty-gritty of a bill over whatever?
We're getting
20
involved in the nitty-gritty of the taxpayers' money.
I can
and how it's
understand
being
that,
spent.
but
It's
we
simple-
have
That's what we're
staff.
getting in the nitty-gritty of.
We
okay?
have staff.
I
who we have
understand
to
that, but I
trust
would
our
like to
staff
see
in
what
it.
was being, the money's being spent on. Maybe you don't. I do. You want to get in the nitty-gritty with council subcommittee,
What?
how things are run. You want to talk about nitty-gritty stuff behind doors. We need nitty-gritty right here.
Excuse me, Amina, but there's no.
Okay, so,
there's no point.
I'm sorry, Chief Financial Officer Maja, did you have anything else that you wish to share at this moment?
Oh, for this
For this discussion that we're talking now? Is everyone
You
clear about
understood
what that?
it is, right? 25,000, yeah, okay.
Okay.
I just want to state for the record on behalf of
Manager
administration,
Lapola?
while I understand what you're doing, I want to make it very clear, this is additional work. It will require certification of funds and all of this. It's going to make government slower, and the reasons are. I don't see, from an administrative performance point of view, I want to make it very clear, as you said, that none of this has to do with the performance of the QPA.
But I thought you just said that we'd be doing what we're already doing.
No, he already has the authorization to this number.
Okay.
So you're going from what it was, now we're going back. That's my point. It's not
So-
that this is a new, you know what I mean?
So we'll be
that's-
staying where we are.
Now we're going back
without-
to 25,000, so we're going back to what it was probably 15 years ago, maybe, at least, because they only adjusted it before
Inflation
5 years.
factor and all that.
But that's your decision.
Counselor D'Amato?
Look, everybody's going to have a different number that they're comfortable with, and there's no great scandal or whatever, and we should try to have a ballpark understanding of how much more work it is, how many more hours, how many more resolutions come our way. Like I said, I think that the common sense number of 25 grand, where like that comes in and goes out, and you know that that's a threshold, and if people know that, it's legible to the community that that's the number that hits us, and like that makes sense. So I like it. I have no idea how many bits of business are between those two numbers. So if that just happens to be a spot that there's a lot of stuff in, yeah, I can understand that it's a problem. I don't know. I'm not going to push this, but I like where my colleague is going.
Yeah, and
like,
we can
it's
try it out.
okay.
If we see that it's too many resolutions, then we can always go back to this. Yes, the state law says 44,000
Yep.
is what he or she can do. But I would like to see where our money's going. We've got a lot of things that we have to pay for and be responsible for. And this is one of them.
Counselor Birmingham?
I have just a concern about just slowing down the working of the government. Do you think we could get a listing of how many contracts between 25 and 44? Because
It would
44 is the
vary.
state, they set that
That's
for
the
a
limit.
reason, right? But so I'm just a little bit concerned about slowing down.
I don't really know how to slow it
so if I
down, per
may.
se.
Can we please hear from our
Yeah, if I
Chief
may.
Financial Officer, please?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mayor. If any municipality does not have a qualified purchasing agent, non-qualified, without the license, then automatically it's 17,500 is the cap. If a municipality has a QPA, then the cap goes up to 44,000. So you can try 1 month and see how many are coming your way. Or you can try in one meeting, see how many are coming in your way. If you feel it is too much, and you can always, whatever you feel comfortable.
If I may ask, conversely, we could also pass this as written and then revisit it, we wouldn't have to wait a year, obviously.
Then you have to do another resolution. You can withdraw the resolution, I don't know, how do you do that?
Attorney Burke?
I'm not sure what Eric was saying.
So,
You were saying we
this
can pass
resolution-
this resolution now.
We could pass a resolution
And
now
then
to
if we want
revisit the
to,
topic.
we want to revisit the topic and reduce it to 25,000, right?
Yes.
Then you could do that later on, yes. you could.
Counselor
We wouldn't
Toller?
see anything.
What?
We wouldn't see anything. We
Yeah,
wouldn't
you
see the
wouldn't see.
spending. Okay? You can do it this way.
But why can't we just ask to see the spending? That's
we-
what I'm, like, why can't we just ask to see the spending?
Every month it differs, it differs every month. Today
But
we
that's what I mean, why, every month, why can't we just ask?
Yeah, we see the bills list, but that's after the fact. That's when it's time for us to pay it. I want to see it before we pay it.
Okay, Counselor Lockman? Did you have anything, did you wish to?
No, I spoke
opine?
already. I think that
Okay.
we're kind of micromanaging the business, and I don't think that we need to do that.
We're not micromanaging.
Okay, we heard from you. Counselor Williams?
I have nothing to add. I think we just put it to a vote.
Okay. Counselor Toller, did you wish to share anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay,
Thank you.
yep. Madam Clerk?
Deputy
We're
Mayor.
voting on, you made a motion for,
I made a motion for 25.
and then
Eric seconded.
Counselor
Now, I'm not-
D'Amato
Counselor
seconded.
D'Amato, I'm not sure if he wants to
So
still
are we
second it
voting on
or-
the
I
amended,
do.
or
I'll
are you
second.
withdrawing that?
Totally up to you.
No, we can vote on it, on the amendment,
Okay.
in good spirits.
Madam Clerk, we're going to vote on the amended resolution.
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
No.
Counselor Birmingham,
No.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yes.
Counselor Lockman,
No.
Counselor Toller,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
No.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes.
Motion defeated.
Okay. Let's see. Now we are,
Right, are you going to move, are you going to go
I
back to the
have
main
this-
we're going to
motion?
go back to the original motion. Anyone? Counselor Williams?
You want me to read it again?
Yes,
or-
please.
Oh, okay.
I already have it. I
have a
It's- Yeah, it's
I have a-
it's already been moved and seconded.
Okay.
Right, so.
So roll call, please.
Yes. Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Sure. Yes.
Counselor Lockman.
Yes.
Counselor Toller.
No.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Okay, where are we now? We are.
Mayor, may I say one thing?
Yes,
Sorry.
please.
And I think she's
Counselor
already
Birmingham.
left the room, but we just passed that, the chargers for this, on the south end. And I do want to thank Lisa Johnson, because I know she put a lot of work into
Yep.
that and
Yeah.
was really dogged.
Yep.
And I think unfortunately she left, and I meant to thank her while she was in the room, obviously.
Yes,
But
you did.
I did want to just,
Oh, no, definitely, yeah. She sent
Give
me an
that
email
shout.
after the last meeting.
Yeah.
Explaining everything she's worked on and done, because I was not aware.
yeah,
as you
she's
know.
done a lot, yeah.
And the gentleman, the vendor, who was supposed to walk the streets with me, never showed up, but that's okay. I did it by myself. So, yeah, I appreciate Dr. Johnson's work and all the work that she does in that
Yeah.
department, so.
Yeah,
thank you for
sorry, I
recognizing
just
her.
needed to say that.
No, I totally agree, and I appreciate it as well. And before we have these meetings, I try to speak to as many people as possible that can help me in terms of making my decisions. And when I spoke with her earlier today, and I asked her which one of the two she preferred for the South End, she said the two. And so based on her expertise, Dr. Johnson shared with me, I said the two. I'm really excited that we're going to have 4 now. And so, but that's why I think it's really good to have these meetings, have the discussions in public, and for all of us to talk more to one another. So where are we now?
16?
Yes, please.
Okay. I just, because this is the end of the year, I tried not to load things up on new business, but there are appointments, legal things, and there's just a few resolutions that we had to put on for tonight. So, number 16 is the bills list. You want me to stop as we go for each one? Or you
No,
wanna-
please, if you can just
Okay.
share a snapshot if you think there's something that's
16
not.
16 is the bills
just-
list. 17 is
Excuse me, please, can you please either step outside or bring it down a little bit, because we can't hear very well up here.
Number
Thank
17
you.
is, yeah, sorry, Mayor, I didn't mean to
Yep.
interrupt. 17 is to allow, seeking approval from local government services to amend the budget to allow us to accept a grant for drive sober or get pulled over year-end holiday crackdown grant of $8,750.
Can we act on it because it's?
We're going to act on it at the end. They're going to wait, they wanted me to go through, and then they'll act,
Oh, these are discussion
right?
items?
Excuse me, we're
No?
reading,
Yes.
Oh, I did not know, Mayor. I thought these are only discussion. I did not realize you are planning on acting on these items.
That's the plan. That's the
Usually you
request.
discuss in one meeting and act in the next meeting, so I thought.
Not when they're listed as new business resolutions at a regular meeting.
Okay, all right.
Okay. Number 18 is a resolution to award a non-fair and open contract to Record Recognitions for the police department to purchase automated license plate readers through a grant fund. This is the grant that Montclair and several neighboring towns obtained through Congresswoman Cheryl, and I believe North Caldwell is administering the grant for all the recipients, so we had to get this done so we can get our money to do this. Okay? 19, 20, 20, and 21 are appointments that came from someone on the governing body. That does not come from administration, but those three appointments were requested. Okay? Paul, I don't know if you want to address the prosecutor, et cetera?
22, 23. Michael, I apologize. 22, 23, 24 are the reappointments for the prosecutor and the public defenders so that they can get off and running in the new year. You need those. Resolution 25 is the appointment of Waters McPherson to act as land use and redevelopment attorney. Primarily, that will be for the Lackawanna Plaza.
It's back now that they were named as.
Yeah. Charge back,
We will be
right.
reimbursed, we will be reimbursed. The developer has to pay.
okay.
27 is a resolution appointing the vacant and abandoned properties attorney, San Cotangelo. And 28 is to qualify a list of attorneys for your conflicts in general litigation. That list will be there so that when you need a conflicts in general litigation attorney, you can choose someone from that list. 26 is off, has been pulled. That's going to go to, 26 was pulled because it's going to go to the Finance Committee for bond counsel, for them to discuss
May I
bond counsel.
just speak on number 26, since it's going to finance, and then it'll come back to us, is that correct?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Counselor Toller.
Thank you. I just want to ensure that this firm has minorities hired, because their website doesn't reflect not one. So, I mean, I know you guys are going to discuss it, but we need to make sure that we're holding our vendors and contractors accountable to the affirmative action plan, and that they're, minorities, LGBTQ, women, et cetera, are listed as employees, just need to put that out there.
29 is for Labor Council, appoint Labor Council, the Labor Council, and to Ms. Toller's point is that that's a women-owned, women-certified firm, and they're handling pending labor matters as we speak. 30, you guys are going to discuss 30. And 31 has to do with revoking Ascend's license. Ascend left town back in June, I believe. They haven't renewed their license, and they haven't surrendered their license. So this is a resolution to revoke that license so it can be reissued. And then...
Number 32 is
and
mine.
then 32 and 33. I'll leave that to the manager, and to the council knows what 33 is. That's yours.
32, as you know, we've had an ongoing matter with public service for outstanding bills prior to 2024. We have reached an agreement, which we have discussed in the Finance Committee and at multiple meetings, that they're willing to accept 50 cents on the dollar. All amounts due and owing prior to the 1st of 2024 will be zeroed out. I think my understanding is we are all caught up as to 2024, with the exception of a couple of pending bills. So I ask for the board's approval so we resolve this matter once and for all.
And you will,
Can you change that on 2017? I'm sorry. We discussed this 2017 is going to be removed, so it's all up to December 31st,
It says,
2023.
I believe the last paragraph says all amounts.
Yeah, the title of the resolution still says 2017. Because as we discussed in the Finance Committee, there are so many, these account balances were from age old, from like 2000. They are not the new ones.
We can change it to through December 31, 2023, as opposed to...
Yeah, remove 2017
2017
reference.
Okay?
Because
in the caption.
as we discussed it multiple times in the Finance Committee, and as I gave the information and approve, there are several outstanding from many, many years ago, way before my time. I gave 2012 bill with big outstanding amount as an example, one example. We have many, many in the boxes if anybody wants to see. And another thing is to put online access. We started with online access for many
That's
accounts.
not necessary to be in the agreement. We have an agreement with them to do that. We've had that discussion.
But the reason is we don't, for the items that we use, we do online access and pay through online, so we do not need the paper bills. That's why we don't open the paper bills.
Can I ask a question? Is this all under
Councillor
control?
Lockman?
Is this all under control now?
We'll see.
That you're
after.
paying things on time?
They have been paying from year 2000
Where
onwards.
everything's up.
Our
Everything is up to
Yes,
speed?
Yeah, our investigation found out from year 2001 onwards, they have been regularly paying outstanding current charges only, not the pending charges. Those are the pending charges that became compounded and became to this situation. This is going back to, this is primarily because all the accounts, there are million accounts.
Is there-
Every account is a different number. Every account handled by
What account are
different
we
people.
paying this out of? Because we just noticed that there's no account to on the certification of funds.
Yeah.
There's not a
yeah,
specific account listed
Yeah.
that we're paying from.
Right.
But wasn't
right.
there money reserved in the last years, in this budget for 600 and something thousand dollars?
Yeah, but in
So
multiple
specifically,
accounts.
shouldn't it be paid out of that account?
That account comprises of several, for example, water utility. Water utility is not.
I just saw the
combined.
line item in there, which I think is it 20A on the schedule?
On current fund schedule 20A, on water utility, there is another one, on sewer utility.
But
there
I
is
know
one.
that you
Yes,
put
yes,
money
yes,
away from the year
yes.
before, so it's 600
Yes.
and something thousand
So
dollars.
like in 2021 itself, we put some money because we were negotiating at that.
I'm not disputing that, I'm
discussing
just
it.
asking, is that the account from which this will be paid?
I know, but depending upon, if water utility, out of the 971, 200 is water utility, then it goes to water utility. That's why I'm looking for the breakup of that 971.
I'm sorry, why are you talking about water utility if this is PSE&G bills?
PSE&G, water utility also
Their
pays
power
PSE&G
bill for
bills.
what?
No, I
Generating
need
water.
to,
Oh,
I
gotcha.
need to clarify this
Excuse
point.
me, can we just have one speaking at a time?
We will issue the check.
No,
Once it's
we're-
passed, we will issue the check, charging the accounts where we put
We're
the money
we're
on.
gonna issue one check
Yes,
from one account.
one check.
And
We
so,
can try, maybe we can do inter-transfers from the utilities. We'll try, yes.
Because every day, because of outstanding amounts due and how numbers change, it's
No,
not
we
as...
will give you one check.
Okay, just want to make sure.
and so,
And the contract will come, right? The
Yes.
copy of the contract.
please, I'd like to ask for those that are watching at home, and because not every council member was involved with these discussions, can you please explain this and whatever happened to the $1 million or whatever, so that everyone here gets an understanding? Because the Finance Committee is a little bit more familiar, but not everyone has the benefit of those discussions.
Yeah. Mayor, with regard to these PSCNG bills, because of the setup of the bills, each individual pole or street light is one account. And they're not only dealt, as individual accounts, they're also dealt by different individuals in different buildings too. Police department does their own, and fire department does their own. Recreation used to do their own. And water utility, sewer utility, parking utility takes care of all the bills for the decks and the lots. So, and in 2017, what PSCNG did is they consolidated some of the accounts and put under the master account. That's when some of these accounts moved and got into one bigger account. This is a whole lot of things happened from 2000, 2001 onwards. That's our investigation, our digging into the matter revealed. And all those, if you remember, Mayor, in 2019, 2021, we did that for Constellation 2. We settled that Constellation 1. Now, we started discussion at that time about this PSCNG one. Now, this PSCNG is going to be settled. Hopefully, with this contract, everything will be zeroed out for up until 2023. The minute we can pay tomorrow, it'll be zeroed out to as of December 31, 2023, and only 2024 bills. They're almost all are getting paid current. If there is one or two, we know at least what it is, which months, what is the bill.
Mayor,
Correct, Manager?
Mayor.
Okay. Councilor Toller, Councilor D'Amato.
Thank you, Mayor. The bills, the public service bills, you said, how many bills do we have that we have to pay? How many total? And you stated that some departments or areas pay their own bill?
Yes.
Okay.
Now
so
they all will be combined, correct?
Now they're going to all be
They
combined?
won't be
so-
on one bill, but they'll all be in the same location to be paid.
Okay, so prior to that, they weren't. They were in different departments or
Yeah.
different areas?
Well,
and-
there was two basic master accounts. Back when they did this change, Public Service did, it was within consultation of the township. I don't know who was involved in those conversations, but Public Service grouped those bills together. So we have two really big groups of bills that are together. We have several separate large bills that are in the utilities, but they have not been at issue. And then we have some smaller ones that we're going to bring over so that it's in one location and all the bills get paid.
And
It
when
won't
do
be
you
one
think
bill.
we'll have this all consolidated in one area
Yes.
for all the bills?
Right,
About
yes,
when?
exactly.
No, when do you think
Yes.
we'll have it? Because,
Is hopefully within the next 30 days as we get this done.
Okay.
And the other issue we had with this complicating bills is because, I'm not going to get into it. What happens is when even though you see the bills and you go through them and you see different amounts, it's because once you're behind, okay, if their computer system says you're behind, then they allocate your payment, no matter what it is, to your oldest bills.
Right.
So it's not like you're looking at your home bill month to month. The numbers are always different because they apply it where you think you might owe something, you don't owe it anymore. Another spot you think you paid it and it's still there. So that's because of being behind on these bills. You never get the same snapshot 2 months in a row. Okay.
Councilor D'Amato?
So this payment that we will make of $457,197 for $457,000 as a settlement was somehow provisioned in our budget, correct?
Yes, this is.
And what was it provisioned at? How much?
It's little more than that,
How much?
actually.
roughly?
I think it's 661, 640 or 660.
So
In that
200,
line.
potentially
I don't know if it's all for
200, so
public
we,
service, but that's
so
what
we
we
have a
have.
carryover, we have a windfall of $200,000 based on our current budget.
Probably, I have to go check, I can't, I don't want to give you the wrong number, 660 he's saying. If I have the budget in front of, the audit report in front of me, I can tell you, but it is all in the audit report.
Okay.
It was set aside. And to Councilor Tora, when you say PSE&G, we used to, for one account, for example, one account, you pay the bill, we used to cut check and attach the copy of the bill, a stub of the bill, and send it in the mail. They don't apply to that account. They can apply to any account, anything outstanding. They did that at one time. I think the BOE accounts were applied. Our bills were applied to BOE accounts, and sometimes vice versa, sometimes to the library. And Clary Anderson, a portion of Clary Anderson is BOE. A portion, because they have these lockers, I believe, that lockers belong to the BOE, so that part is BOE.
Yeah, no, thank you for the clarification, because, sometimes I hear little offhanded comments like, did you pay the bill? And it was really other departments that didn't pay the bill. But now that everything's going to be centralized, we should be in good shape in the coming months.
I hope so, if it is
Okay,
all
thank you
happens.
very much.
I'm still not that comfortable trying to figure out what happened to the $1 million that we paid them. That's the thing that just keeps coming up, and when I talk to Manager LaPola, I keep saying, I just really don't feel comfortable about what happened to the $1 million, because if we paid them the $1 million, right, it went somewhere, and I just don't feel comfortable, okay, here's half of that, we're going to agree to pay half of that, unless we agree that we didn't pay it. If we agree that we definitely didn't pay them, then we're getting a deal. But if we paid them that $1 million, which is what I was led to believe,
Mayor,
then
we
I have a
paid every
problem.
year, $1.5 million at least, if
Right,
you see. Every year we paid.
Right.
But again, there are misapplications, some are for BOE, and there are some way outstanding too, from years onwards, there is outstanding. So that's the reason the management, the company government strategy group is hired, and as per their agreement, they are supposed to determine the starting point of the accumulating past due balances and ask the PSE&G to justify and provide proof of the past due balances. I'm assuming they did that, and you're satisfied
I'm
with that.
not going to belabor this anymore. It's simple math. We have bills, we have checks we wrote, okay? And as a result, if you take the bills and the amount we paid, there's $900 and something thousand that we owe. We're not doing this paying anything that we don't owe.
So we
could
owe
not
the $1 million.
We could not prove in any way, shape, or form
Okay.
that any money was misapplied. We're getting a good deal here from Public Service because they want this to go away. This has been going on for several years, okay, with negotiating with them, and I'm just trying to make the issue resolved.
No, but that's
We owe
simple, but all the
money.
discussions
It's
that
not-
we
it's
had
not
up
a
until
case of-
today,
we
I was
didn't
never
overpay
told
$1
that
million.
we paid
Yeah.
that money. I kept hearing I've never told we did not pay $1 million. So if we didn't pay $1 million, then yes, let's pay them the $500 and go home. This is the first time that you or anybody ever said to me that we did not pay that $1 million.
I
So
never
yes.
said we paid that $1
Now-
million.
Okay, all right. So we did not pay the $1 million, and now they're doing us a favor.
That's what
But we have to be clear
conclude
about
because,
that. We
because
have to be
nobody
really
can
clear
prove
about
when
that.
this. I'm sorry, Mayor.
No, I'm just saying, we have to be clear. Either we paid it or we didn't.
Yeah.
If we didn't pay them, we're in arrears by $1 million, then yes, we paid the $500,000, and we're happy to do that.
Yeah. There is arrears. You saw the bill from 2012. You saw the bill. There was $290,000 arrears in that 2012 bill itself. Right.
Councilor Birmingham.
I will just say this has been a very complicated, I think at one time there were 70 accounts. There were 70 accounts for the town of Montclair being billed. I think PSE&G gave us credit for almost $1 million that we didn't think we had paid. Like, when we came up with, like, this is how much we had paid, PSC&G was like, you paid even more than that, but you still owe us. And so I think this is it's been very challenging. I think we are not able to show that we paid the money that they are saying. And again, when you have 70 accounts, it's very complicated. I think this is a reasonable settlement. I think most importantly, we will be settling out all balances.
That's the key.
That is
the key.
key.
All accounts.
And moving forward, I think, and this won't be in the agreement with PSC&G, but I think we've discussed that every quarter, we will be reviewing to make sure we are still at the even balance, and we are not going to, this is not going to happen
The
again.
problem was, yes, we did pay, we showed the payment, but where it is because of all the million accounts plus the BOP.
But now you're
plus the
saying
Board
you
of-
showed the payments, and he's saying we didn't pay it. So that's why it's
But
confusing
where
for
it
me.
is applied, where it is applied is an issue too. The amount of money we paid, there is record of what we paid, where it is applied, which account it is applied to. And again, as they themselves corrected many times, these are the Board of Ed, and these are the libraries we showed, and they took off. And then there is one or two private companies too. And when they took those off, they didn't apply those credit to our accounts. You know, they apply to Board of Ed. No, it's not Board of Ed, it's ours. So they have to remove and apply to us. It is impossible to get them to really reconcile anything. This has been going on like 20, I'm glad it is, I brought it to many managers, we have been discussing it in 2019, 2020, 2021. That's the reason we want to see a zero balance. It's not a zero balance. There's nothing, unless this is all consolidated, put in a right path, then see, if you see 2021 and 2022, whatever the streetlight accounts are all clearly put on some Excel spreadsheet because they consolidated according to their algorithm, PSC&G's algorithm, we can't argue. But they gave us online access, so we were tracking all this every month, bill, ups and downs, seeing, hey, there's an up, find out why. They bought a pole, or they installed a new pole, a new light, that becomes part of the bill.
So, Mayor? Mayor?
Any other questions?
Yeah,
Deputy
no.
Mayor.
No, I want to just thank the Finance Committee and Ms. Rao and Mr. Lapola for handling this. And what I'm hearing is that
Fingers crossed.
in the future, it should not happen again
Fingers
because.
crossed, man, Deputy
Well,
Mayor.
fingers
So
crossed.
once it's
I'm a very hopeful person. So what I'm hearing is that because we're going to be combining all of our PSC&G accounts, this should not happen again? Is that what I'm hearing? Okay. Thank you.
Any further discussion?
Do I have this?
Okay. Are we going to vote on it? We're not voting on it today.
On 33?
On any of them.
No, I don't.
I don't even have it.
Okay. All right.
I don't have 33.
I might have.
have a 33.
What?
I thought we were voting on this, but I'm
On
lost
33?
now. Yeah.
We need to get the copy.
Well,
Yeah, I don't have a 33.
Get
she
it.
had mailed it separately.
Oh.
I thought we were voting
All right.
on 33.
We're going to do the bills list. New business number 16. What?
Let me just make sure to get it on the, in the packet next time.
I thought 33 was sent separately. I thought 33 was sent separately by ETA to all of us.
She might have, I just don't have.
I just don't. So we want to defer that, or what? Yeah, here's the, yes, on December 13th, Itamar sent an email to everybody, I guess, just saying attached is an agenda item that was not included in the package. And it is not named 33, but it's R-24-311. So I assumed that we were adding this and voting on it tonight, because we did vote on it the last meeting we had. I mean, we wonder why that it takes us so long to do things, you know? So nobody printed this out and has it? Okay.
Okay, can somebody do the bills list, please? Number 16?
Is that me?
Yes, thank you.
All right.
Let me look at yours while you're doing that, please.
Sure.
33, thanks.
Yeah,
You
we
have to
looked
pass
at,
this one down.
we did look at it
Great, I
before,
know.
but, okay. Number 16, bill list resolution R-24-293, whereas invoices against the Township of Montclair in favor of the following persons for the amounts set opposite their respective names have been received, duly audited, and found correct. Now therefore be it resolved by the Council of the Township of Montclair in the County of Essex that said invoices be and they are hereby ordered paid, and that checks be drawn by the Finance Department to the order of such persons for the amounts respectively and hereinafter stated on the schedule attached hereto and made a part hereof. This is the council meeting date, 12/17/24. The total amount is $1,047,611.31. I so move.
Second.
Discussion?
Yeah, I just, on page, I don't know what page it is, but it's the travel reimbursement for someone, the amount isn't listed. It just looks like the printer maybe printed it off the page, unless that's just my copy. I guess, yeah, George Labrizzi, there's no, I guess it's page 2 of 10. Yeah, just maybe the printer printed, but there's no amount there. I mean, there is an amount, but we can't see it. Somehow it got printed wrong. Same thing on page 3 for Schwab. Just want to know what amounts we're paying, that's all. Nobody knows.
It can't be very much. It's a date stamp or something?
This document is saying she's having the same printer problem. Let me see if I have it.
Yeah, the internet was down all day today here.
Yeah, so that's a date stamp for the municipal association, whatever that is. And the other one is travel expenses, right? I guess for the league. So how much can these be? I mean,
Schwab isn't for the league, but we don't know how much that is either, but, yeah, I would imagine that this might be reimbursement for this gentleman.
yeah.
Still don't know the amount. And for Schwab, we don't know what that amount is.
Well, what do you want to do? Do we want to just pass this and we'll find out the amounts another time, just to move on here?
Yeah, okay.
Excuse me, can you please come to the mic? Right, but the people at home need to know what we're doing too.
I'm sorry, Mayor. Unfortunately, I don't have remote access anymore so otherwise I could have brought my computer and seen this, but now I don't. So if you want to, take those off, and you want us to do as an interim bills list?
Oh, no.
Okay, so I can email you what the amounts tomorrow. Huh?
No, I'm okay with voting on this if, someone will email us tomorrow, that's all. I'm sure it's very small amounts, but we should still just at least know what they are. Yeah, you don't have to, Ms. Tassi, you don't have to do that. We can get the email tomorrow. Unless someone else wants to, I'm sorry.
No. We didn't discuss any of that. We would have to do them individually.
With exception, I mean, you can pull things off here that you want to have discussion on.
Okay. Resolution 33 was just presented to us. We had some discussion at the last council meeting on Resolution 33, establishing rules and procedures for the conduct of council committees. Some of the things that we discussed, I see were added here. We'll start with Resolution number 33, if there's any discussions or additions or concerns.
Mayor,
Yes.
if I may, I
Yes.
have a motion on the floor to adopt the bills list.
I'm so sorry. I didn't know what was going on. We were getting people from here and there. Okay, please do a roll call on the bills list. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Councilor Birmingham,
Yes.
Councilor D'Amato,
Yes.
Councilor Lockman. Yes. Councilor Toller,
Yes.
Councilor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so now we're going to move on to Resolution 33. Did everyone have a chance to? Oh, because Councilor Lockman said, when we were down here, she said, I thought we were going to do Resolution 33. And so because she said that to me, I was doing Resolution 33.
Yeah, I mean, basically, we looked at this at the last meeting, we voted on it at the last meeting, and now we have to do, I guess, the final vote, whatever it is. So basically, these are rules or procedures for the conduct of council committees. And the purpose of this is to make sure that people are following a procedure so that everybody understands how the council committee will work. And it's really to the benefit of getting the work done in a efficient fashion. And it just organizes things. You name a chair, you decide when you're going to do minutes, you decide what the dates are, and then you talk about the structure of the meeting and the actual procedure. So I think it changed a little bit from the last time you looked at this, because Ms. Toller had provided some information that she received from Myra Karasik, which I incorporated in this, and here it is.
So at the last meeting, I asked that there be written notes provided for the entire council. That's in here somewhere. I just probably haven't gotten to it yet. Can you tell me what number that is, please, where the written notes would be provided to the entire council, so we'll have that?
Well,
It's number 7. A high level of recap. Okay, so that high level recap of the meeting, I would like that to be a written.
sure. And the other thing we do is we present the committee's agenda, so people know what we will be talking about. Then we have the committee meeting, and then we have a high-level recap. It's not on our agenda tonight, but we in the agenda template that we talked about, we always were going to have a committee, what's it called? Committee reports, yeah. And this would be the committee report section of our agenda at the council meeting would also require that if we've had one of these subcommittee meetings, that the chair of the subcommittee would come up and talk about what happened at the subcommittee meeting. So we'll send out the agenda to the council, we'll do a oral recap at the council meeting, and minutes will be produced, high-level minutes, I guess.
Okay, when will we expect to get them? Because I'd like to get them in time, that if we have questions and concerns, that we can ask them, and I then want to vote whether we have to sit here for another hour while we go through reports from another committee, because, I mean, I don't know, for me, I'm not sure that that's going to be the best use of time.
Well,
to
it
just
gives
sit
the
here.
public also, the public knows that.
Right, but remember, we talked about it, maybe it was the Communications Committee, we talked about having the notes and the minutes from those things online, so that people can just go in there and see what was there, and they can read, and they'll know as well. We were talking about other ways that we can share more information with the entire township, rather than, necessarily having to sit here for another hour and do that, yeah.
So that's on the guide. So we were going to have 2 resolutions originally, one for the committees and one for the guidelines, which was actually just for the, which for the record was the one that the former attorney mostly brought his stuff to, and we, I think, agreed informally and at the last meeting that would just be for the time being guidelines, whereas this would be a resolution. That separate one, which would input into the agenda things like that there would be committee reports, we're not voting on that now. It's just how the council committees themselves operate.
Right, but I'm talking about whether if we need to extend our meetings for an additional hour while every committee sits
But
here and
that's
talks about.
not, we don't have to decide that now, so like we
Okay,
can vote
because
on
that,
this.
then number 8 looks as though if we vote on this, we are deciding that now. It
No,
says
they
that
should
they'll
be
provide
ready to
that.
provide, ready to provide.
But, okay, so just because we're saying that doesn't mean that we're going to do that.
Yes, that means that we will discuss next time how to have briefings for the public from the committee chairs and what we want to do. But it can, it can all be very, very brief, and people have done it before. And by the way, Councilor Birmingham gave notes for the Finance Committee that were a model. So like this can be done, and it's going to be terrific. And let's not sweat it. I think we've been through this a bunch of times, and it's going to make everybody happy.
Well, it's not whether you consider my question sweating something or not. It's about my ability, just like yours and everyone else here, to ask questions.
Sure,
if we have them, and to have them
Agreed.
properly addressed. And so from reading number 8, I thought that it was saying that we were going to do that here. But now, if you're saying, and Council Lockman and others are agreeing that, no, we're not saying that we're going to do that. It's just that somebody may be able to do that, and they may not.
May I?
Yes, Counselor.
Would number 8, if we reworded it just a little bit to say maybe X number of days before a council meeting? Because I think, are you feeling like this is going to be presented at a council meeting and we won't know it in advance? Should we?
No, I'm feeling like I don't want to have them presented. All of these minutes, I don't want them to just have to be presented there. If we're putting them online so people can go there right after the meeting and they can flip to it, just like the agenda and stuff like that. And if they wanted to come to the meeting and ask questions and say, well, I saw on such and such a date, you guys did so-and-so, can you explain that or whatever? But I'm just saying to add anything right now to our agendas, if we're continuing through the path that we're going now, I just don't see how we're going to be able to do that.
Okay, I understand.
Unless we're doing breakfast buns. Yes.
Would you feel comfortable if we just struck number 8?
Yes.
Can we just, maybe I would just propose striking number 8?
Yes, thank you.
That's fine with me, it's less work.
Did we move this whole thing?
We didn't? Shall I move it? Oh. Should I move
Mayor
it?
Baskerville was proposing amendments. I don't know if she has a second. That's where I left off.
I would second her amendment if you want to strike number 8, Mayor?
Yeah, and just add written to number 7.
Written
A
high-level
high level
recap.
of written.
Yes, recap.
Okay.
And then strike number 8, and I will second that. I will second that.
Okay.
Discussion?
I have one comment on, as it says here, when there are 3 or fewer and there's no quorum, it doesn't really qualify as a meeting according to OPMA. But in terms of number 6, I do think that committees can have public meetings and in fact should at times be encouraged to have public meetings.
Yes.
I don't think it should be required. So yeah, I just want to make that clear to the public that it is really, the intention is we can have meetings. We don't have to advertise these meetings. We're just going to be working on a project or something, get it done. But then we can certainly have public meetings
Yes.
of the
Well, do we
committees.
need to say that in here?
Yes.
Or how do we word that? Because the way it's worded now, the public would feel like they don't have an opportunity to come.
Well, it says can be a non-public meeting.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, number 5. The meeting
Okay.
can be non-public.
Well, I like
So
Sesame
system-
Street language, so, Okay.
No, that's a good point. Any further discussion? Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
These are on the amendments. Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato.
Yes.
Counselor Lockman.
Yes.
Counselor Toller. Counselor Williams.
Abstain.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes.
Okay, so that,
We have to go back to all of them, yes.
But this should
So, we can do 17, right? Can we do these as a consent? Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we include, and please on this end, no, I just want you to be able to stop me because I'm getting ready to make a motion that we use these as a consent. So if I say something in here consent and you don't want it in consent, you're going to have to stop me. I'd like to make a motion that we include 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. We pulled 26, 27, 28, 29, 31, and 32 in the consent agenda. And 33. Oh, I thought we just voted on 33.
you have voted on the amendments.
Okay, and 33, thank you.
I second. Second.
Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yes.
Counselor Lockman.
Yes.
Counselor Toller.
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Okay. I'm going to open discussion for number 30. Up for council, please.
Okay, number 30. 30 is a resolution appointing an attorney to the position of interim township attorney. And the person that we're recommending, and I say we had a committee of 3, the mayor, Susan, myself, who did a lot of due diligence on each of the 3 candidates that were up for consideration. We each, I believe, each of us spoke to each of the candidates. We reviewed their background. We, as I just feel like we did a due diligence on each of them. And so myself and Susan are recommending that we go with Joseph Garcia. So the resolution would read, Resolution R-24-307, a resolution appointing Joseph Garcia to the position of interim township attorney. I so move.
Mayor, Mr.
Second.
Garcia, oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Mr. Williams, Counselor Williams.
So I had discussion on this because we started out as 3 council people in my chambers, and we were discussing the attorneys, and we were discussing the need for an interim attorney for what might be 3 to 4 months. We're not really sure yet, but we're guessing about 3 to 4 months. And we discussed some of the members, and I mean some of the attorneys, and then we, on Friday before we left, my understanding was that we decided, they brought it down to 2 attorneys. And then we were going to talk to them by the phone, and I did, and I think everyone did. And then this morning I started getting messages that did not include either of the 2 attorneys that I thought we had decided on, and someone else who was a recommendation of someone, and then some other things about slander and different things that made it really difficult for me to understand what happened from Friday when we left my office. And I thought there was an understanding that we were looking at 2 people to coming in, and then somebody had a different name in there about one of the judges. A judge name was presented in different things, and so it just went to a different level. And so now I'm just a little concerned about how we went from those 2 to now going back to another person, and I'm just trying to figure out how that happened. Because that person, in fact, that they're recommending had less municipal experience than any of the other 2, and we talked about that specifically. We looked specifically at who can provide us the most municipal experience, because, you know, we're clearly a new body here. We need all the help we can get. And we have outside counsel to do redevelopment. We have outside counsel to do different things that this other person recommending here looked like they had a strong, you know, legal background in some things, but their breadth of municipal information, we all agree, did not stand the muster of the other 2. So I'm just confused about how we ended up here with that person. And furthermore, we should have come back and given those names to the council to look at, because we're not a subcommittee, we're just looking at some things, right? And I said, well, why don't we send this to all the council so all the council can, you know, have some idea? And they said, oh, no, you know, we need to move fast, we have to move fast. And I'm like, well, yeah, we do, you know, there's a deadline, but that doesn't mean that we don't give our council colleagues an opportunity to hone in and share information too. You guys may have gotten it. I just didn't get that email. So I don't know whether you all had an opportunity to say that this is who you want, or you didn't. Right, but I'm just saying those were some of the concerns that I had, because if that's what's going on and how we're doing things here, then it's not the best of ways. We have subcommittees, and I've been suggesting for a while that we get a personnel subcommittee, and we haven't gotten there yet. But then we do have a subcommittee that deals with, you know, other matters that could have done this, and we weren't that. We were just 3 people that happened to be looking at that. And so by any measure, if we're going to do some things, we would want to share it and see where we end up. But that's just some concerns I have. If that's who everybody else feels they want, then so be it. Then that's what it will be. But I just don't like how we ended up there.
If I may?
Yes.
I have a very different review of the scenario you just described. And I don't know where you're coming up with this.
So you didn't send me today and have a judge's name on there that
the
you
judges
wanted
had
me to
nothing.
consider?
You're not reading your emails.
I was reading it.
Susan told you explicitly why she contacted this judge. She was not a name for someone to be considered.
It had to do with the scandal?
Yes, it did.
Okay, right, but I'm just saying, if I'm going to get something talking about scandal, then we need to have a discussion. Then how do you just all of a sudden go from there's scandal to boom, we're going in a different direction, somebody that doesn't have...
It wasn't a different direction. We had 3 candidates. 2 of them were, in the opinion, we didn't hear from you, the opinion of Susan and I, these 2 candidates were, you know, we thought both of them would be fine.
What I'm trying to understand is how come, as counselors, we didn't get an opportunity to submit someone and have a discussion? I mean, there was a you said an ad hoc committee was formed?
Yep, the mayor formed an ad hoc committee.
Okay, and
No,
that's
I
fine.
didn't form an ad hoc committee. In fact, while we're in the room, I asked them, shouldn't we do this? And they were very happy not doing that. And so I said, okay, because, they're saying, well, we'll just discuss this, and then we're going to come back. And we were going to, today, or yesterday, we were going to come up with some names, and then you guys were supposed to get the names. So
Yeah.
I don't know whether you got them or whether you didn't.
I did get an email with
Okay.
some resumes.
Because
but
I
I'm
saw
still trying
an
to
email that went out
understand how
requesting that you
none
get
of
them.
us- All of us couldn't submit someone, who made that decision that group, if you will be the ones to decide who the candidate is. I didn't get an input, nothing. So I can't say who the person is. We did not have a discussion about it. Maybe we should have took this to executive session where we could have I've submitted some names for consideration because I assumed, and maybe I should not have assumed, that one or two people were handling it, but to reach a decision today without a full council discussion, I don't think it's the right decision to do tonight.
Well, we did agree that we were going to discuss them and that we were going to vet them, and that by Monday, we were going to come up with a hopefully unified individual. And I don't know how.
And Mr. Garcia works for where? Who? Because I didn't get the
May
resume.
I interject here? Maybe I can answer your questions?
Yeah.
Oh, he works for a firm that we're already paying. Got it.
So if I may, so we actually, at last week, we had three people that
Started
the
out
three
with.
of us had agreed to contact. And so all three, I contacted all three. Right. Two of those individuals that we considered are, work for law firms that submitted proposals in response to an RFQ for municipal attorney, right? And so we put out an RFQ for firms and individuals to submit proposals. So two of the individuals that we have considered and spoke with submitted as firms. So after conversation, we all talked to them. Counselor Toller, I got you emailed me on
You said
Friday.
we all talked to them. Who is we?
We, the three
Right,
subcommittees.
The three of
my
us.
question
Talked to
still
two of
stands. Why
them.
didn't the rest of us have a conversation, or why didn't we, try and discuss this in executive session? You can answer that.
Because-
I didn't want to cut you off. Go
So
ahead.
I'm just going to say, we are in a position right now, okay, unfortunately, we are in this very difficult position where we probably should have done this months ago, okay? This is the last meeting of the year. Mr. Burr, I really appreciate your service, but we had decided that, we were going to, we're going to do a search, and it is now December 17th. Mr. Burr's last day is December 31st. We are going to be without an attorney, a municipal
But the
attorney.
gentleman you're recommending works for a firm that we're
Yes, he
already
works
paying,
for-
So we
yes.
technically won't be without an attorney. We can actually.
As a municipal
take
attorney,
other
as a
attorneys,
municipal
too, that we're
attorney,
paying.
as a municipal attorney,
Right.
okay? So he works for, I'm going to say the name of the firm, Cleary Jacoby, okay? He has not personally, and I spoke to him, he is currently serving as municipal attorney, a municipal attorney in Ridgefield. He has extensive experience in land use, redevelopment. He has negotiated collective bargaining agreements, employment and labor. And, he has a breadth of experience. He also happens to work for a firm that we have retained for services. And so we are in need of somebody while we do a permanent search for a permanent township attorney. And this is the only reason why we need somebody right now, is because we cannot be without a municipal attorney for the amount of time that it takes us to hire a permanent attorney. So based on, my conversations, Councilor Lockman's, I believe the mayor spoke to him as well. We think that he is, all three of the candidates were very good, but we feel that he would be able to just step into this role for the 2 or 3 months that hopefully it'll take to hire a permanent attorney. So I think it's in the best interest of our town to make this decision today. My only question is, we did not discuss any sort of salary, so that's my only question. But if we're going to just try to work on behalf of the town and do the right thing, then I think we have to do this. Go ahead.
Well, no, I just want to respond. So most of what you said I totally agree with, but I remember clearly that we talked about, as we weighed the municipal experience, there was somebody that you said you thought had more municipal experience than others, and when we left the room, you were leaning towards that person, as were you. And so I spent a lot of time speaking to that person because we're saying we're going to try to get a unified person to present to the council. And then once I spent all that time going through this other person, now that you guys are saying, yeah, we have to have him, he wasn't even in the two when we left because he had the least municipal experience of everybody. I know that he came highly recommended by our manager, LaPola, and that was a plus for most people. But just because he was recommended to us by the manager doesn't mean that we throw out the person that we had in mind unless you can tell me why. And that's not the person that we left there saying that we were going to spend time with.
If I may, Mayor?
Yes.
So, again, I said this at the beginning of the meeting. Be happy you were in the clique of three. I wasn't. So the four of us were.
But it's nothing to be happy about.
And we're not complaining. I had a favorite in this. I pushed to have an RFQ. We got 7 responses. I believe the person you're talking about was one of the 7 respondents. My favorite in that group was in that 7. Mr. Garcia's firm was in that 7, right? And when we have a permanent attorney that we hire, if they are a firm, they will be pulled from those 7, of which you're the person that I believe you're talking about, will be a part of that. And at the same time, the viewers at home should know that we are collecting resumes until, I believe, next week for a salaried in-house attorney. And then we will get to a fork in the road. We'll have 2 decisions to make. One is, do we want to have a salaried employee or do we want to have the representative of a firm? Both have pluses and minuses. It's okay. We'll make that one decision, and then we'll also choose which one of those groups. But for the time being, it's only a few months. I did not get my choice. If you do not get your choice, we can live with that.
But you don't know. And the whole issue is about process. Now, Councilor Lockman just had a resolution about process.
Who asked me about the process?
I'm just telling you what the process was.
You set up a committee?
No, I didn't set up the committee.
Oh, really?
I did not set up the committee.
Well, no one asked me about a committee, and I'm living with it. I'm living with it.
I asked the opinion of what she thought.
What attorney do you think is the most qualified to do this job?
I haven't even finished
Say the name.
all of them.
I wouldn't say the name.
Okay, well.
But I'm just saying, at some point in time, if there's an agreement, and then 2 people, because they happen to be in communication, decide to just totally ignore the third person and not even ask my opinion before they sent this.
That's baloney. We asked you to rank your candidates. We never heard from you.
I gave you.
You never heard from you.
Mayor, may I just make a suggestion?
Yes.
I think it would be prudent.
No, it's the same type of thing that goes on in economic development meeting.
I think it would be prudent if we're going to start discussing names of potential candidates, that you go into executive session.
Yeah, well, I'm not discussing it. I'm just saying that it's an abomination when people do that, and then they just go ahead and make their decisions and act like, oh, yeah, we decided, yeah, the 2 of you guys did. But we really need to work on that, and we need to get a better understanding of what Council of 7 should be looking like and work towards that. That's all, because the council decision of 2 doesn't make it so. And now people are trying to act like, well, if we don't do this,
and nor does a decision of 3. Nor does it.
Something terrible is going to happen because of that.
Get out. Get out.
You get out.
Don't fight.
But at any rate, so if anyone else wishes to add another person to the list, fine. And for you to sit there and assume one way or the other about who or what I was interested in having is really, beneath you. And I'm not even going to feed into that. But at any rate, I just think that we have to do better. We have to do better, as a group. And that's why everything has to be in writing, so people can't just go on and however many, 2 people meet and say, this is it, and if we don't get this done tonight, something awful is going to happen, because that's not true. We have a ton of people that we retain for legal services, and I'm sure we can get someone to do that, but whatever,
The motion is on the table to appoint Joseph Garcia. It was seconded. Do we need?
Second.
It was already second.
Yeah.
The mayor calls.
Any
the
further
question.
discussion?
No, I'm just hoping that going forward, we can find a way to work cohesively and, stop these cliques,
Yep.
A colleague up here mentioned to me a few weeks ago, it's 5-2. I don't know what the 5 is and I don't know what the 2 is, but I can assume. I did submit 2 names for consideration for resumes for council, and I didn't hear anything back, so it's a little telling. But if we need to vote on this, we can vote on it. Again, we do have law firms that we can call on while we're continuing our search, so this is not a dire situation that we need someone the minute Mr. Burr leaves us, and we thank him for his service. I do know that, so just wanted to put that on the record.
Go ahead, Counselor, please.
Counselor Birmingham.
So I was also not in the mix here, but I did read all the resumes or the ones that were available. So just like, I do think we have known, what's concerning to me, and I know this is about process, but we have known that Mr. Burr will be leaving us for months now. And here we are at our last meeting of the year, and we are sitting here at 1:15 fighting over an interim attorney. And so I just want to figure out how we can do this better going forward. Now, having said that, when our first meeting of January is the 7th, in your opinion, and again, I don't mean to open a can of worms, but if we were to, I know we need a municipal attorney, we need coverage for those 7 days. Is in your opinion, do we need to appoint somebody for or what? Because I hear this it's fine, but is it really fine? I just.
In my opinion, you need to have someone, you should have an attorney that is on call, ready to answer your questions on day one. There's things that transpire in the township that require an attorney. There's going to be contracts are going to be need to sign. Applications for permits are going to need to be reviewed. Your agenda is going to be put together. There might be resolutions on it. As a matter of fact, there's going to be a hearing on for a transfer of license on January 7th. You need to be prepared for it. The attorney will have to be up to speed on that. There's going to have to be a process to hold that hearing for the objection to the transfer of license. You're going to have the objector is going to be here. The transferee is going to be here. The council should be prepared for that. So in my opinion, yes, you should have an attorney ready to move forward in the new year. Does it have to be done tonight? Well, you could call a special meeting. The holidays are coming. It would put a lot of burden on the council. However, you could move tonight to put an interim township attorney in. It's not permanent. By resolution, you can move to, if that doesn't work out, you can look at another attorney, have a committee, and make a change, after the new year. That's how I see it.
I would like to suggest that if we move forward and we appoint someone tonight, then that person is not eligible to be considered full-time, because 9 times out of 10, if somebody comes in and we spend 3, 4, maybe more months with them, then we're giving them a leg up over some of the other candidates. And that's what I'm saying. We have attorneys. Are there any other attorneys that you think that we've retained now that would not be interested in applying for the job? Maybe they're not. I don't know. But do you know that we have some attorneys that are retained already now that are not interested in becoming our permanent attorney that may be interested?
I am unaware of anyone who's interested in being the township
Oh, I
attorney.
know. They're already saying that, right.
In their right minds.
But then I do think that this person should be
I'm fully unaware.
disqualified then, because that's going to give that person the leg up, and I don't think that we should do that. Everyone's acting like, oh, it's just a few months, but the realities are, people work with somebody and people get to know them versus getting to know some of the other candidates that have more municipal experience. Then, they might just say, well, we worked with him for 3 or 4 months, so we might as well just keep him on. And I'm not ready to do that.
I would agree with that.
I would just like to say, first of all, Councilor Tolar, I got your 2 names on Friday. Okay? So, and the other thing is, I wanted to say, Mayor, that the permanent search, we should all be, anyone who applied and put in a proposal for the permanent position, we need to follow the process, which is to
We aren't
interview
following the process now.
Well,
All of a
this
sudden,
is a-
process now becomes important.
Mayor, you specifically reached out to Councilor Lockman and I. I'm not going to lie about it. I mean, I'm not a dishonest person.
I did, and I asked your opinion about something. I specifically said to both of you all that we ought to go back to the council, and you guys said, oh, no, we don't have to do that. We don't have to do that.
We did. We submitted all of the information to every council member.
Okay, but they're saying that they didn't get the information. So somewhere in the abyss, it just disappeared.
Well, I'm
I just
saying
think that we have to do better. And if these people want to be considered for the permanent job, I think that they should be disqualified. We'll get somebody that doesn't wish to be our permanent attorney.
May I make a suggestion,
Yes.
please? Could we just deal with, I hear everything you're saying, down the line. We'll deal with that down the line. But in terms of this, our options here now is, our option right now is to temporarily put this gentleman in this position from a firm that we're currently using.
Or other individuals. We can choose one of them.
Well, the fact of the matter here is, I wasn't involved in the group of 3. There was someone else that I liked, but they moved out, and I'm perfectly fine with that. I think I'm perfectly fine with the 3 of you vetting folks and then saying, hey, we vetted them, and this is what we think about them. Here are their resumes. Perfectly fine with that. I have no issue with that. Okay. All I'm saying here is we need to make a decision. We have a name on there. I looked at the gentleman's resume. Is pretty impressive. He's going to be an interim person. We can either vote on this tonight, or we're going to have a special meeting, which, everybody, it's going to be hard to get a quorum, right? So those are the 2 decisions before us this evening. And I agree with Councilor Burr that we should not, we need to deal with this situation tonight. This morning.
I respect what you're saying, Councilor Williams, and if you're comfortable with their recommendations, that's fine. I, as a legislator, would like to see the resumes, and yes, I did send you something on Thursday. Deputy Mayor Anderson, what I'm trying to make here is there was never any broad, general discussion that if you have someone, if you know someone, send it to person, Counselor A, B, or C. That was never had. Okay, we had a conversation at the last meeting that you were going to talk to some folks at a certain firm or something. And, no, let me finish. And I mentioned 2 other firms to you, and you said, okay, send me the information. And I did text you those firms, okay? But again, I think what the mayor is saying is that this whole concept of, is really respect. It's really what respect has to be given. It can't be people huddled up having side conversations and just running off doing whatever they want. There's 7 of us, so you're gonna get some kickback, but you have to learn how to work with folks. And I'm not saying you personally, I'm just saying us as a governing body. There was no discussion that, to me, at least I didn't know anything about 3 people working together. These are the final resumes. You did mention something to me at the last meeting, okay, that you were going to make some phone calls, but I don't know who anointed who and decided who the person was going to be to vet all these people, but I just think as a governing body, we each have a chance and opportunity to have a say on who the candidates are, the resumes. If Councilor Williams comfortable with 3 people making a decision for him, that's his choice. That's not my choice. It's not my choice.
All right. Roll call, Madam Clerk,
What's the roll call for?
to vote on the, excuse me, Counselor Lockman. Oh, I know you are, but I'm running this meeting, and I didn't recognize you. Madam Clerk, would you please do a roll call vote on the appointment of the interim attorney as presented by Counselor Lockman? Counselor.
I just wanted to say that if you wanted to, I think that your point about having a pure interim that's not going to be in contention for the permanent position is very legitimate. That's totally fine. And if you wanted to put up a name right now for consideration first, that's fine. That's legitimate. We can vote on it. And there's no reason to be too rancorous about this. Everybody, like I had a first choice, we just put it up for a vote. It's fine. And so if you would like to do that, I will second it. I won't maybe not vote for it, but I think that that's totally, it's within your rights. So if you would like to do that now, I would welcome it.
No,
Okay?
I'm not trying to do that now. I'm talking about process. I'm talking about disappointment. I'm talking about a handful of a body and not the entire body. And, we keep talking about we're going to do a process, and people here do great work spelling out process and procedures, and yet and still oftentimes may be the main culprit of not following the process and procedures or making others feel left out of the process and then moving forward. But at this point in time, I don't have someone that I'm going to introduce. The 3 of us were supposed to meet, and the 3 of us were supposed to come up with something. And I just got some names about something about a scandal. I don't know what scandal means. So I guess somebody's name jumped off of there because of a scandal. Somebody else's name went awry, and then of the people. And I thought this person's name was already not there because we agreed that this person didn't have enough municipal. At this point in time now, it seems as though people are fine with moving forward with this person. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I did recommend someone, and I thought I got some kickback from some of my colleagues based on the name that I submitted because of something the person said, but that person has absolute 11, 12, 14 years of experience. So if we're going to discuss folks, I think we should have just went into executive session.
So why don't we go into executive session?
We need to do that. 'Cause
I mean,
I need to
or we have a
understand why the
special
name that I
meeting.
submitted, why 2 of my colleagues just felt like it was a no-go.
I mean,
we should.
We need an attorney. We can
Yeah,
go
we're
into
gonna have to
special,
go
we
in.
can go into executive session and everybody can just, because
just hash it out. Well, it is.
I'd like to make a motion that we adjourn to executive session
I second.
for matters of, what do you call this? Township Attorney discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. I'm going to ask, please, that you adjourn from this room for the time being, please. And we hope to resume this very shortly. Okay, thank you for your patience. We are going to adjourn for the evening and resume discussion about the interim township attorney after further deliberation. So thank you so much for your patience, and happy holidays to all of you. I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?